lane 2, lane 3, lane 4, lane 5, lane 6, lane 7, lane 8, lane 9.
Good evening and welcome to the final night of action for the 2026 Australian Age Championships here on the Gold Coast. We are live and exclusive with 9 Now. I'm Matt Welsh, joined by Emily Seebohm, and over a dozen Australian age records fallen this week. So many highlights to choose from, but Emily, what stood out for you?
Honestly, I couldn't go past Henry Allen in the very first race, the very first day. He broke that 200 in the heat and then again in that final, which is super tough to do with the pressure on him. So it was a fantastic swim and absolutely dominated it. So for me, it's Henry Allen, 200 backstroke. What about you, Welshie?
Well, for me, Quinn Richards, he dominated the breaststroke. He won the 50 in an Australian record, won the 100 in an Australian record, and took out the title in the 200. Pretty strong swimming in his age group. So let's have a look at all of the records that have fallen this week. As you can see, and as you noticed, Emily, in the week, all of these records being broken by the male swimmers. The first one, Henry Allen, taking out that 200 back swim. Really strong start to the meet.
And then we moved into Quinn Richards in that 100 breaststroke, so that 103.65. Lincoln Wearing in the 800 free, absolutely sensational. Lenny Gregor in that 400 IM, that 416.15.
And how dominant was Ollie Moclair, 21.73 to take the 50 free. Koa Stoats in the 50 breast. And the same story for Christopher Montana. All of these swimmers so strong throughout the week.
We moved into that 200 breaststroke, so our 13-year-old boy Nash Hawkins getting that record from Zach Stubley Cook, and that boy's 14 years 50 fly, Ishmael there with that 24.80.
And finishing off with Max Cunningham's 50 butterfly record, Lenny Gregor back at it in the 200 IM, and Henry Allen rounding it out with the 50 backstroke last night.
It's been a fantastic week of racing here on the Gold Coast, and unusual to see those records been broken in heats and again in finals.
Yeah, another huge night of racing ahead. Live and exclusive on 9 Now. You've got the best seats in the house, and it starts right here, right now.
Tonight, the future of Australian swimming takes to the blocks. From every corner of the country, the nation's best young swimmers have come together with one goal: to become a household name. These athletes are chasing a national title. They're the ones pushing limits, breaking barriers, and dreaming of wearing the green and gold on the world stage. Some will leave with medals, some will leave with records.
Lincoln Wearing in lane 4. He's broken Mac Horton's Australian record in the 15 years. An Australian record there, breaking Nicholas Stupas' record in 29.84.
For some, it's the start of something extraordinary.
16-year-old Sienna Tui sealed her Dolphins debut, a dream realised amid tears of adulation.
Among this group are the swimmers who'll become Australia's next champions, the next Olympians, the future legends of the pool. This is where it all begins.
Good morning, or good evening, and welcome to the Gold Coast Aquatic Centre for the final session of the 2026 Australian Age Championships. What a meet it has been, and what an evening we have ahead. I'm Will Rollo, joined once again by some very speedy runners coming down after that opening package. Matt Welsh, Emily Seebohm, alongside in the commentary booth as we get the absolute honour to call through Night 8's action here at the Gold Coast Aquatic Centre. And once again, as it has done all week, the Gold Coast putting on a spectacular show.
It really has, Will. It looks fantastic here under the lights. The heats have been hot. The nights have been super fast. And the order of events for our final night of finals We start off with 100 metres butterfly for 17 years, 18 to follow. We go into some 50-metre action backstrokes into freestyle. And then into some individual medleys. 200 freestyle, 200 breaststroke, 50 butterfly. MC Bomb, so much action tonight in the last night of finals and the last chance if you want to get on one of those junior teams.
A team will be selected at the end of the program tonight and will be announced here at the Gold Coast Aquatic Centre. As we welcome out now the first event on the cards, the girls 17 years, 100 metre breaststroke, 100 metres butterfly, as they come onto pool deck now. Lily McPherson very strong this morning, and I thought ever so slightly just backed off Eva Potts in that second fastest position there in lane number 5. Both of those girls in that 0032 and 0092, the next 2 seconds off of them. So a fantastic race here in this first one, the 100 butterfly.
Yeah, we start off with the 17 years A final. We go to the B and then the 18A. The junior Pan Pacs qualifying time for both the 17s and 18s is a 59.76. Now, to put that into context, the fastest swim this morning was Lily McPherson. Great swim of 1:0032. So she has to drop at least half a second, probably more, 2/3 of a second, just to equal that time. She's going to need to really be focused on potentially a second or more. She's got Alba Arnell right next to her in lane 3, Eva Potts in 5. Nathalie Ring in 6. So lots of swimmers throwing their name into the hat for the junior Pan Pacs team.
Take your marks.
First race of the night is off. The 17 years 100 metres butterfly. And as a nice underwater work there from Eva Potts, Lily McPherson up and swimming early, but that underwater really giving Eva Potts a good advantage coming through. Now Lily McPherson pushing hard in this back half of the first 50, and looks like she's going to touch first. She does in a 27.35, about half a second ahead of Potts. And then Tribeca Liu coming in third.
They come down now, almost 25 metres left to swim. Lily McPherson looking strong out of lane at number 4. Potts not trying to let her get too far ahead, but here she goes, Lily McPherson. She stepped on the accelerator and she is go, go, go all the way to the wall as she comes down now under the flags. She'll touch the wall first. Let's have a look at that time of 58.91 for Lily McPherson. She takes home the gold. Eva Potts in that silver medal, 59.86.
Tribeca
Liu in that third position.
Huge swim there from Lily McPherson. You can see the happiness. She's swum it when it counted in the A final, and she's made that junior Pan Pacs qualifying time in 17 years. So a great way to start the night for the 17-year-olds 100 butterfly. It's now the B finals turn. Now, the B final a little bit slower. The fastest 10 into the A final, and that's where our medals will be presented. So Lily McPherson taking out first place and gold. Silver will go to Eva Potts and Tribeca Liu in for bronze, exactly as you said, MC Bomb. And now into the B final. This is the next 10 fastest qualifiers from this morning, 11 to 20, for a chance to better their team. And there is still the opportunity. They have said that doesn't matter where you swim the time, whether it's heats, A final, B final, as long as you swim it, there still is a chance to make our junior team.
Take your marks.
Very quick out of the blocks, Jodie Mead in lane 2. Absolutely blitzed them, and now up and swimming first. So quick off the blocks, quick underwater, and now leading at 25-metre mark.
She's looking strong out there in that red cap from lane number 2. Mead holding on to that lead. Stewart trying to fight back now in for as they come down to that 50-metre turn. Stewart ever so slightly in front. She is 28.97. Greenhale there in that second position, 29.16 as they battle down. Tarbarelli in that third position from lane 7. Now as there's 25 metres left to swim, who can hold this together in the last little bits of this race?
Yeah, coming down to touch now. It was a very quick start from Jodie Mead, but it looks like Ryan Greenhale. She's racing with Emma Stewart, the leader at the halfway. It's down to the touch. It is Greenhale. 102.51 in for first. Very close for second. Chloe Burke out in lane 9, 102.59, so only 8 100ths in the B final. And third through Emma Stewart. So great swimming there from our 17-year-olds yet again. We check the results from that B final and cast our eye to the next race, the 18 years old. So this will be the final 100 butterfly in this category, so to speak, as they walk out onto pool deck now. And Olivia Hine, your fastest qualifier. It's the same qualifying time for the 17-18 years at 59.76, but it's a little bit more complicated for the 18 years because it is a junior team. They must be 18 years but have turned 18 in 2008, not in late 2007. So it must be a 2008 born 18-year-old. So have to have turned 18 in the last few months to qualify for that junior team at the same time.
Now, our swimmer in lane 4, Welshie, now she is full of speed. She was almost able to take the record in the 50 butterfly, the Australian record. She was 0.01 off that the other night. So we know that she'll go out hard, and we'll see if she can hold on, as Monaghan in 5 looked very strong this morning. So those two girls, your fastest qualifiers, and hoping to go well under that minute. Will be Hine of lane number 4.
Also, Paige Carey, third through from this morning. Rafaela Kopalou in lane 6. Isabel Hanger in 7 there. All of these girls very, very close in their qualifying times this morning. So expect to see a tough race in our 18 years 100 butterfly.
Take your marks.
Often racing clean start for the 18 years. Now into the 2 laps of butterfly. Great start. Annabelle Alert down in lane 8. She seemed to have the best of it. Olivia Hine looking very strong in the middle. She's somehow, with only 35 metres swum, got half a body length on Paige Carey and Alice Monaghan right next to her. Coming down to the halfway mark, it will be Hine with a solid lead at the halfway.
Looking strong into that first 50. She has the speed, like I said, turning through that 27.46. Monaghan second through in that 27.94. And Carey 28.55. 25 metres left to swim. Hine holding on for that gold medal currently, as Monaghan's fighting back in lane number 5. They've got 15 metres left to swim. They just have to hold this stroke together. A gold medal up for grabs here as she comes down under the flags now. Hine will get it in a 59.59. Monaghan in that 0041 and Carey 101.03. So she sneaks under that minute, 59.59. Fantastic swim from Olivia Hine there to take out the gold medal. Monaghan will get the silver and Carey with the bronze.
Yeah, sneaks under the minute mark. Also sneaks under the qualifying time, but not sure if she sung happy birthday over the last few months, so we'll let the selectors sort that out. But the gold, silver, bronze for sure. The results on your screen. And 3 fast swims to open our final night of racing. It's almost hard to imagine that it won't be on again tomorrow. Each day has brought its own level of intensity, and now into the final night, there's a real buzz in the air. So 13-year-olds now out for their 50 backstroke. We have 4 races in this, the 13-year-olds A and then B, and then the 14-year-olds A and B. Kayla McEwen holding both records, the 13 years at 28.88 and the 14 years at 28.10 there on your screen as the swimmers get presented to the crowd here, and plenty of support here at the Gold Coast Aquatic Centre.
As we have a look at those qualifiers tonight, so the fastest 2 athletes, the only 2 under the 31-second mark, 30.86 and 30.93. So really not much in it at all, but like Welshie said, that record 28.88. That is fast for a 13-year-old.
For a 13-year-old, yeah, that's pretty crazy. So the girls will have to drop a couple of seconds, which is not impossible, but pretty damn near to it. It's unless your name's Kayla McEwen, it's a fairly strong mark to match. Aaliyah Masboot, our fastest qualifier there in the middle of the pool, 30.86 this morning. Kira Stubbings, who took out the 100 back earlier this week, a 30.93. So we know both girls have plenty of speed, but who can put it together under the lights here when it counts?
Take your marks.
Quick and clean start for the 13-year-olds, 50 metres backstroke. Up racing early, Emmy Demamil in lane 3. She looks strong. Also looking good, Priscilla Miller, Anna Kang in lane 6. Now starting to come through, Aaliyah Masboot. She's looking strong. She's having a good race with Kira Stubbings, but it's going to be very tight to the wall. It's going to be between Kira and Miller. I think she's done it. Kira Stubbings comes out with a 30.44 to take out the final. So the 13 years backstroke goes to Kira Stubbings from Camberwell Aquatic in a time of 30.44. Priscilla Miller in second. She was so close, 30.62. And Aaliyah, a time a little bit faster than this morning, gets in for third. But she really came at them in the last 10 metres. I thought it was going to come down to the touch, but she clearly was ahead. So great swim there from the whole field. Demamil, Clemenson, Mulcahy, Zhuang, Kang Ong and Waterhouse rounding out the field as we now watch the B final have their crack at the 50 metres.
Girls are away here. This is your B final for the 13-year-olds, 50 backstroke. Great underwater for Ford there from lane number 6. Really was able to hold on to that. Now Delaney looking strong in 3 as they come down past that 25 now. And it's quite the battle over this other side of the pool as the fight is on for the first hand onto the wall. The middle lane's looking strong, but quite a blanket field as they come to that finish. Cam gets it from lane number 1, 31.71. Ford second position, 31.73. And Welch third to the wall, 31.81. So there is our B final, 31.71. Hayley Cam taking it out from lane number 1. As we have a look at the next final on offer, the 14-year-old girls, 50 backstroke.
Yeah, it's going to be a very strong swim. 29.69, the fastest qualifier this morning. Georgia Wheeler, Sophia Neo, second through, 29.92. These girls have been so strong, and I'm waiting for an Australian record, not one full Australian. We've had a couple of all-comers records, but not a full Australian record from our female swimmers. It's no surprise with some of these incredible records that have been set over the years, some of them by your good self, but it has set that mark very hard for the girls, and the boys in some ways just catching up. So it is quite remarkable.
As our fastest qualifiers are the only ones, there's 2 of them under that 30-second mark, but let's see how many girls we can get to dip under that 30 seconds tonight in this 14-year-old A final. As there's your fastest qualifier there. Georgia Wheeler in lane 4, that 29.69 this morning. I see a lot of swimmers do that. I'm not sure what it means, though. It's a TikTok thing, I'm guessing.
Oh, you're just showing your age. What it means? Oh, no, I've got no idea, as if I know.
It's like a holding of the nose and like a swimming of a fish.
Something about a scuba, something about it. Yeah, it's clearly a TikTok thing. It's clearly a something or other that I'm here for the swimming. I'm not here for the theatrics. I'm here for the swimming. And it has been electric this week.
Take your marks. Stand down, swimmers.
A bit of a stall there with swimmer in lane 7 just slipping off the backstroke ledge. So thankfully the starter saw that and has reset them.
That's a little pressure now to get that right.
Take your marks.
So good starts off the blocks. They're ready and raring to go. The best of them, Wheeler from lane 4, 0.47 off that start. So fired through into that underwater and is smashing this 50 backstroke now. She looks caught on that lane rope though, as it's very much on her right side as they come down now, almost under the flags. The battle's coming with 5, 4 and 3 as they come down. Neo ever so slightly in front. She takes it 29.53 for Neo from lane number 5. Charlotte Lim with the silver medal, 29.75. And not far behind her, 0.02, Georgia Wheeler from lane number 4 in that 3rd position, 29.77. So 3 girls sneak under that 30-second mark in that final tonight. Georgia Wheeler just unfortunately getting caught on that lane rope in the last 25 metres. And those results are now official. Your age champion for that 50 backstroke, Sophia Neo, takes it out 29.53. As we move back down to the other end for the 14-year-olds B final.
We've seen a few races this week where the elements have made people have a bit of a wrestling match with the lane rope, and it's a bit of a shame. In fact, that last one, I felt lane 7, who just had that little problem with the start. She was very slow off the start because she, I guess, lost a bit of confidence. So as we push back now into the B final for our 14-year-olds, it was a nice clean start this time. Up and racing well. Ari Event, she did very, very well in their underwater and breakout. She's clearly got about half a body length at the 25-metre mark, and now it's a matter of just trying to catch her. Ella Clayton doing her best next to her. Sophie Innes in 3 is coming back at her, and it's going to be between Wendt, Kello, Clayton, Innes as they come down to the wall. Wendt gets there, Innes in for 2nd, Kello in for 3rd, and then Clayton for 4th. So 30.98 takes out our B final. And very nice swim there from Sari Parkian down in Victoria. So getting under 31 seconds, a nice way to round out our 14-year-old backstroke events for the night. And we continue our 50-metre fest with the boys 13 to 14 years, 50 metres freestyle. And speaking of those tough records with Kaylee McEwen, we've got some tough records for the 13 and 14-year-old boys set by Kyle Chalmers. 24.00 for our 13-year-olds. 14s are 23.18. That is quite extraordinary. 23.18 as a 14-year-old. So tough one to get, but we've got some quick swimmers.
So our fastest swimmer out there, the only one in that 24-second range. So 24.91 this morning. That was Hunter Bastow from a lane at number 4. So we'll see if he can stay under that 24. Sometimes we see the swimmers from heats to finals, especially in the 50s, they aren't able to improve much, or if so, slightly off that heat time.
Yeah,
and that's
I've
because the
noticed
seats are so tough.
They are. The heats are very, very tough. I think you're dead right. There's been a number of swims where there's been very little progress or backwards. They're still very fast times. Don't get us wrong. They're still doing a fantastic job, but it's something's missing with that progression, isn't it, going through to the finals?
It's certainly tough to make adjustments in a 52. They are so important to get every element right. Just one thing slightly off is enough to throw the whole race out. So we'll see if these boys can make this one absolutely perfect.
I think also the mornings, whether there's a level of relaxation and then there's a bit more stress and they're a bit tense, they spin the wheels.
Take your marks.
But the A final for 13 years is underway. Nice clean start across the field. Long underwater for Jake Tobin in lane 8. And a nice even start. Hunter Bastow, fastest qualifier, now just starting to get up to speed. Moving himself in front of Liam Blair, Chris Song next to him, and Lincoln Hall in 3. Jordan Koo looking strong. But it's Bastow into Blair. Lewis Jewell in 3rd place, and Chris Song into 4th. So Hunter out of Chandler, 24.66. He does progress from this morning with a very fast time, so brilliant work. He finds that extra little bit of speed that he needed, and look at that gap. It doesn't look like a lot, but that is plenty in a 50 metres freestyle.
So it's interesting, we've seen a lot of the Chandler medals come in those distance events. So it's nice to see a different change of pace for Chandler as they take out the gold there. Bastow in that 50 freestyle, 24.66. Blair with the silver and Jewell with another medal. He takes home the bronze in 25.11. So a great result as we move along now. This is your 13-year-old's B final. Wolford, your fastest qualifier from Rackley in that 26.07.02 of being in that A final from this morning. So that's what we talk about, super tough heats to make it through and come back and swim again tonight. So let's see what he can do in this B final. Just waiting for that starter to call the boys up. There it is right there. As they get set.
Take your marks.
Boys are off. This is your B final 50 freestyle. Very deep off the start there. The lead in 6 as they battle down here. 25 metres left to swim. It's anyone's race. Kim looks strong from lane number 1. But Kerr moving well through in lane number 3. Murphy in 5 as they come down under the flags now. Who can get their hand on the wall? It's Kerr. William Kerr takes out the B final 25.68. Wolford there in that second position, 25.81. And Hatchard out of lane number 8, our visitor, 25.84. Not much in it at all there. Very close for all those competitors in those first 5-6 positions.
Yeah, the B finals, it's such a good opportunity for our swimmers to practice, to get a bit more race experience. And you said there, Jaden Lee, who came in 8th, he dove straight up off the block, went straight down almost to the bottom of the pool, and then came up. I'm sure he's ruining whatever happened on the block that caused that to happen, but that's what the B finals are for. He'll learn from that. He'll come back. He'll practice that in training. He'll come back and he'll be faster for it. If he didn't have that B final, he wouldn't have had that experience to fix. So great to have that extra swim as we move now into the boys' 14 years A final. And we've said the record before, 23.18, our fastest qualifier. About a second off that, Campbell Watt. And Han Tang Wang, he has been definitely a name to watch through these championships. Ishak Ismail in lane 6 from Surrey Park. He's been quick. And now into the 50 fly. I wonder if he can take out another title in this. Xavier Tay from Warringah. Jacob Samokin. There he is.
So Ishmael already has an Australian record and a gold under his belt. What can he do in this 50 freestyle from lane number 6? But what the fastest qualifier in for, hard to beat here. But like we saw just before, anything can happen even off that start.
Take your marks.
The boys are off here in the A final, the 14-year-olds firing into that first 25 metres and trying to hold together that pace there. Ishmael looking great off that start as he has a little bit of lead on the field here as now Tay is trying to come through. Watt in for really making a move down under the flags. Who's going to get it? Watt gets it. Campbell Watt from lane number 4 takes home the gold, 23.95. Fantastic swim. Ishmael second to the wall in a 24.08. And Wayne there gets the bronze, 24.20, 23.95. Welshie, that is quick.
Yeah, the boys proving us wrong, getting faster from the heats to the finals, but we love to see it. It's what we're here for. Ishak doing a great job. He definitely had that lead at the 25, didn't he? He rocketed out from his breakout and was very close. What was it in the end? Only is that 13/100ths of a second. So very, very close onto the wall. So A final swum, B final up now.
Take your marks.
And into water for the B final. Nice even start. In the middle of the pool, racing quickly, strong rate is Emmett Morris. Ewan Stubbings going right with him. Cooper Ravel looking good in lane 6. He's probably got the best of it at the moment and swimming away from him. This is a very strong second 25. It's going to come down a little bit to the touch, but he does get there at 24.69, 24.83 for Bradley Honor, and a 100th of a second later for Boston Wilcox. So great swim to get a 24.69, considerably quicker than this morning. Fantastic to see on this final night of action and taking out that B final. So 50 frees now swum. Medals have been allocated and presented. In fact, the medals are being presented as we speak across the other side of the pool for the 14-year-olds as we welcome out onto pool deck our 15-year-olds, girls for the 200 metres individual medley. We just saw 50 freestyle. Now we've got 50 of each race in a row. 50 fly, 50 back, 50 breast, and then the 50 free. And Madison McKenna with the fastest qualifying time this morning. She's got about a second lead from this morning on the rest of the field. But as we've seen, as long as you've got a lane, you've got some water in it, you're in with a shot.
So we know that all-important leg is that breaststroke, but the 200 IM is very much a sprint of every lap. So 50 butterfly, 50 backstroke, 50 breaststroke, 50 freestyle. There's not much in it. It is endurance, but very much so also a sprint in each lap. So we'll see who can take this one out, and we'll see where our breaststrokers, if they can make a move in that third 50. McKenna looked strong this morning, put together a great race, especially in that backstroke. That was her very strong leg, as Lim really made a move in the breaststroke. So we'll see what positions they can take after this first 50 and who can hold on to the lead as they get on the blocks now.
Take your marks.
Quick start from Mackenzie Wythe in lane 3. I think she had the best reaction, but underwater and now stroking Madison McKenna, just trying to push herself out in front. Lim in 5, Harvey in 6, Daunt in 7. They're all going with her. But it will be Wyeth and McKenna in lanes 3 and 4, stroke for stroke down. Mackenzie Wyeth just a hair in front. She touches into 29.80, 29.99 for McKenna. And then third through was Harvey over in lane 6. Very tight at the 50-metre mark. Now into the backstroke, we start to see some gaps forming.
So McKenna looking strong now into that backstroke leg, really powering to that lead now. She's only got 10 metres left to swim, and then she'll turn into that breaststroke. Also looking strong is Harvey out of 6. So McKenna turns through first, 105.28. Harvey in that second position, 105.76. And Wyeth in that third position, 106.38. Now Lim sits in that fourth position, but she turned at that first 50 in 10th position.
I noticed that. It's incredible how these leads change and positions move around. It's a very volatile race, the 200 IM, and if you've got one leg that is super strong, you can make up huge grounds. So Madison McKenna, she took them out strong in the butterfly. She dominated the backstroke, now into the breaststroke. She's held that lead over Lim. She touches first with 50 metres to go, and into this freestyle, it's a huge advantage. She's got about a second in front of Lim. Is that enough to hold off a fast finishing Yian Lim? So the Singaporean doing everything she can to try and take on Madison McKenna, but it looks like she's got enough. Third through Emily Daunt. Fourth, Maya Helps in the outside, but they're coming from all angles now. Ava Hogan looking good in lane 2 as Madison McKenna comes in to touch first. Lim in second. Ava Hogan in for third, and she was definitely not third 50 metres ago. I feel she was almost 10th, so a huge last 50. In fact, she split 30.3, the fastest of the entire field in that last 50 metres freestyle.
So McKenna will get the gold medal, a 2:23.8. Lim, an incredible swim, 50 metres she was 10th, the 100 she was 4th, and she finished in that second position. She will take the silver. Hogan will also take the silver in that 2:22.64. So Emily Daunt will get the bronze there in that 2:23.02. So a fantastic swim for our winner there, Madison McKenna, and under that junior Handpacks qualifying time. So great for those results as we move now into the 16-year-olds A final, the 200 individual medley. And Will, who are you picking from this one? I mean, it seems like a dead giveaway, but anything could happen here.
No, you're so right. I think there's a lot of talent in the pool. Eloise McClellan was so strong in the breaststroke this morning, but it's hard to go past Heidi Schumacher, as you mentioned there, and 2:18.23 this morning. She took the title last year in the 2:14.43. It was only 0.5 of Kaylee McEwen's record. Kaylee McEwen also holds this 16 years record with a 2:12.52. So 2:12 would be a huge ask, but I'd love to see it from Heidi Schumacher.
Well, we know she can go a 2:14, so 2:12 doesn't seem too far off it. She's been super strong throughout the championships, and she put together a great race this morning, and I just thought on that last 50, she just relaxed that little bit more. So how much more does she have in the tank is the question. McClellan's going to do a great job in 5. Green's going to be strong through that breaststroke, so let's see what these girls can do. And we'll see if Heidi Schumacher can take out another gold. And how close she can get to that record, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, she looks locked in as she gets ready to race here.
Take your marks.
They're off here, the 16 years, 200 metres individual medley is sitting in the middle of the pool with Heidi Schumacher in the blue and Swiss cap representing SOPAC. And already we can see the dominance starting to come through. She's had a fantastic meet, but it won't be all her way throughout this race. You can see Allegra Crean just on her hip. Same with Eloise McClellan, but Schumacher leads us out 27.99, an electric first 50.
Really powering through. McClellan sitting in that second position, a second back in that 29.13. Allegra Crean sitting in that third position, 29.32. We'll see if these girls can make any moves here. Dory Lee out in lane number 2, looking strong in that fourth position. As we're in this backstroke leg, they've settled into that rhythm. McClellan holding on for that second position, but a battle for that third as Hardy Schumacher turns in that 1:01.82, a very fast first 100. McClellan turns through in that 1:04.25, and Crean there in that 1:05 flat. So we'll see what these girls can do now in the crucial breaststroke leg. Schumacher looks too strong to beat here at this point. Not much left of this breaststroke. Who can move, Will?
Well, we're seeing some moves from Crean in lane 3. She's still battling for that third position with McClellan for silver, but Heidi Schumacher clearing the field out. She needs to be about 37 on this breaststroke split. She's gone through 39, but 1:41.80, if she can bring it home, we still keep one eye on that time. 2:12.52, the mark to beat. Regardless, though, a national championship to remember here. Heidi Schumacher has cleared out the pool in this 200 IM. No one else on the picture as she comes down with 15 meters to go. Sopak rejoice. Another gold medal headed to Heidi Schumacher, and the time 2:13.78. Incredible swimming there by Heidi Schumacher. Eloise McClellan in second. Allegra Crean holds for third. The field virtually entered in as the final, but what a swim. 2:13.78 to take the gold.
Fantastic swim there for Heidi Schumacher, taking home another gold here at the championships. That 2:13.78. McClellan will take home the silver in a 2:16.01. And Allegra Crean will take the bronze, 2:17.60. She was just outstanding through that entire race. Took it out hard and was able to hold on and come home even harder.
That time there for Heidi Schumacher, now confirmed the 4th fastest time in history for an Australian at 16 years of age. So pure class from Heidi Schumacher to take that event. She's only been beaten by Lucy McJanet, who held the record previously. Oh no, sorry. Emily Seaborn, who held the record previously. And then Kaylee McEwen. So Lucy McJanet, Emily Seaborn, Kaylee McEwen. Good company to be in.
Very good company. Some would say the best. As we move along now to the next event on the program, this is your boys' 15 years, 200-meter freestyle A final. Now, this race isn't just about speed. It's about endurance and it's about pacing and who can put the best race forward. Now, there's some really strong names in this field. None stronger than lane number 3, Labara, and also Thomas Bridie in 5. But don't go past your fastest qualifier from Chandler Perry in lane number 4. This is going to be a great battle here.
We saw this, a similar field in terms of closeness between their times, the 18 years freestyle. It was very much a match race through that. I think for Labara, he'd love a match race here, the Wagga Wagga athlete. He's shown us he can come home very quickly. So the challenge here for Perry, he needs to get out fast and hold on.
Take your marks.
Clean start across the field as we dive into the 15-year final. You can see Perry just using the 15 underwater for Chandler. They've been prolific through the freestyle ranks throughout this championships. Coach Yoshi doing a fantastic job with that program. And Perry now with the opportunity ahead of him He'll lead us through. Kreutzberger, Lauder, Hegarty, all in the mix for the top three. 25.85 tied. Lanes 4 and 9.
So a great job on that first 50, 25.85. Kreutzberger from 7, sitting in that third position, 26.21. But it's only the first 50, so they're settling in. Perry looking very strong now in for trying to extend on this lead away from Hegarty from lane number 9 as they turn at that 100-metre mark. It is Perry there in that 54.48. Hegarty in that second position, still from lane number 9, 54.76. Kreutzberger in that third position, 54.84.
And Kreutzberger really lifting here into the final turn. We can sit now with Perry in lane 4 on your screen. He is just starting to edge away, so this is exactly what we asked him to do. He's delivering, but unfortunately, Kreutzberger has his eyes set, just 0.17 separating them. Paulson also in the mix. We keep an eye on Andre Labara out of lane 3, but the battle seems to be between Kreutzberger and Perry as they come down the final 15 metres here. You can see Kai Perry just edging ahead, Kreutzberger fading slightly, and Chandler will pick another gold medal up. 1:52.21. Lewis Kreutzberger in second. Liam Paulson rounds out the top 3, but a very brave and valiant effort from Kai Perry of Chandler to claim the national gold.
Fantastic swim there, that 1:52.21. Kai Perry taking home the gold medal. Lewis Kreutzberger takes home the silver in that 1:52.97. And Liam Paulson with the bronze, 1:53.47. I thought Kreutzberger was going to catch him there, but Perry saw him from that middle lane and said, no thanks, buddy, I'm taking home this gold. And he does, and a great swim at that.
You're right, charging home there in the 28.39. So one of the fastest final 50s after committing through the first 150 metres. He just took the race away from the fast finishers and ultimately rewarded with a very well-deserved 200 freestyle gold. Another one of those up for grabs now as we welcome our 16 years age group to the field, and another star-studded lineup here.
As we have a look at this field now, you'll notice Wearing in 4, Wearing in 3, so Isaac in 3, Lincoln in 4, twin brothers from Chandler. They will be super strong in this final. But don't count out Daniel Van Leeuwenhoek from 5, from Nudgee College. There he is on your screen right now. He has had a fantastic meet, and he swum some very incredible times already. But Lincoln Wearing has an Australian age record in that 800 freestyle. So let's see if he's got the speed for a 200 freestyle now, Will.
Yeah, it's all on the line here. They sort of have Van Leeuwenhoek swimming up, the Wearing brothers swimming down to this distance. The ultimate battleground, the 200 freestyle. Heard an interview with the Wearing brothers earlier today, and their coach saying, Isaac a little bit more relaxed, Lincoln a little bit more intense and focused on the job at hand. So let's see which approach is better here as the 16 years get ready to race. And they are away here. The 200 freestyle battle set for an absolute doozy this evening. Nothing really splitting these athletes through the first 25 metres. A different race to the one prior for the field. They don't want Lincoln Wearing to be leading at the 100-metre mark. Van Leeuwenhoek wanting to go out fast, and that's exactly what's being delivered in the middle of the pool.
They're looking strong at that first 50 turn. Turning through in that 25.92 for Lincoln Wearing. That second position out of lane number 7. So Liam Brown in that 26.04. And Van Leeuwenhoek 0.01 back in that 26.05 as they come down to that 100-metre turn. So it's still Lincoln Wearing out in front. Daniel Van Leeuwenhoek now in that second position safely as they turn to in that 53.94, 54.32. And Isaac Wearing now in that third position, 54.95, 75 metres left to swim. And it looks like Lincoln Wearing can get another gold here.
They are absolutely on song for the 8th and final night of these championships. 1:51.72, the Junior Pan Pacs qualifying time. They're competing, of course, with the 17 years and the 18 years age group at 1:21.83. And here comes Lincoln Wearing in lane 4. He's put in an effort into the wall, 27.8 on that last 50, and there's nothing between him and the wall as Lincoln Wearing comes charging down the pool. This is a very strong performance from Chandler. They get another gold, 1:48.97. What a swim from Lincoln Wearing. He stormed through that second half of the race, set it up perfectly, and another gold heading his way, the 200, the 400, the 800, and the 1500. Lincoln Wearing is your gold medalist. Daniel Van Leeuwenhoek for Nudgy in second. Isaac Wearing rounding out the top 3 with a 1:52.32. So such an impressive result for these age group athletes.
An absolutely sensational swim there from Lincoln Wearing. A 1:48.97. An extremely fast time. Daniel Van Leeuwenhoek, great job in that second position, a 1:51.12. And Isaac Wearing the bronze in a 1:52.32. A fantastic swim there for our 16-year-old boys.
You're so right there. The third fastest Australian of all time behind Kyle Chalmers and Flynn Southam. So we're just heating up here on day 8. Don't go anywhere as we go to a quick ad break. Thanks once again for joining us for Nine's Wide World of Sport and the exclusive coverage of the 2026 Australian Age Championships here on the Gold Coast. What a meet it's been, what a race that was from Lincoln Wearing. But as we said before the ad break, the action certainly just heating up, and then we turn our attention now to the A final of the 17 years girls 100 breaststroke, 200 breaststroke.
Another unbelievable swim here in front of us, Will, as we have a look at this field. Amelie Smith has had a fantastic meet, very dominant in those distance events, but also in those 200s as well, so showing she does have some speed. As we have a look, Pope in 5 will be very strong in this swim tonight. So will Kosh from 6. And great to see Summer Sky Crisp in lane number 8. So one of our para athletes out there in that lane 8. So fantastic to see the depth. As Ray in 3 is on your screen right now. So she is our third fastest athlete in that 2:34.60. So let's see what these girls can produce here in this final of the 200 breaststroke. Not an easy swim to do, that's for sure. But these girls certainly make it look easy.
That is right. We've said that throughout the championships. The best breaststroke is usually the easiest breaststroke. So the challenge now for these athletes is they get ready to race for another title. Who can make it look the easiest through the 4 laps?
Take your marks.
They head into the water here for the 200 breaststroke final. The 17 years variety. Amelie Smith just waiting underwater, ready to pounce. Olympia Pope, she knows how to win national age titles, as does Lily Kosh in lane 6. Kosh, in fact, looking to be the best of the starters. No surprise, such a great sprint breaststroke. But we sit now with Rocky City and Amelie Smith not wanting to leave anything to chance here. She'll be right next to Bergen, touching first.
Turns through in that 33-33 for Smith. Bergen doing a great job from lane number 2, turning through in that second position, 33.85. Third position, Kosh out of lane number 6, 34.02. And not far behind her is Olympia Pope in lane number 5 in that 34.06. As they come down to 15 metres left to swim in this first 100. And Smith looking so strong out in front in this 200 breaststroke. The battle is in that second and third position currently, as we have 4 of those athletes fighting for those medals. Amelie Smith turns through in that 1:10.31. That second position, Kosh has taken over in that 1:11.18. Third position, now Ray sitting in lane number 3, that 1:11.94. But again, Pope not far off the pace in that 1:12.01 as they come down to the crucial 75 metres to go here. Smith looking super strong. To be able to beat her, you'll have to put something pretty good together. But Kosh is coming through now in lane number 6, trying to knock on that door.
Yeah, here it is, the battle now for the final 50, 1:48.27 with 50 metres to come for Amelie Smith. She looks almost untouchable. The only one to potentially challenge from this point, you'd have to say, is Lily Kosh. So, as they come down this final 50, Amelie Smith is chasing her 6th gold medal of these championships, only been beaten in the 100 breaststroke final. And the challenge is certainly here for Pope and Kosh, but it won't be enough time as Amelie Smith comes down to claim her 6th title in what has been a dominant national championships, 2:27.48. A ring-a-ding-ding. That is under the Junior Pan Pac qualifying time with good measure by over 4 seconds. In fact, second and third also under the time through Pope storming into that silver medal, Kosh in third. But Amelie Smith, 6th gold medals at the 2026 Australian Age Championships.
A fantastic swim again from Amelie Smith to take home another gold medal in that 2:27.48. Olympia Pope takes home the silver in a 2:29.17. It was a fast last 50 for Pope. She came home in a 38.36, the fastest out there by almost a second. If only she started off that way. Lily Kosh faded into that third position. She really hurt on that last 50, but enough to hold on for the bronze in a 2:29.65. As there is our medalist on the screen, and we move along to the next final on offer. Your 18-year-olds. 200-metre breaststroke here. McKinder in for Spedding in 5, both from Griffith Uni, so battling it out. So it's a battle of the club here. Ella Mounter from lane 3, also strong to beat. Now McKinder has something to prove here. She was supposed to swim this event at Opens, at the Australian Open, but unfortunately something happened on the start and she didn't end up swimming. So she's hoping to put a really fast time here in this 200. Obviously she would want to go under the Junior Pan Pac's qualifying time, so that 2:48.01. But it all depends on the birthday to be selected onto that team as an 18-year-old. There it was, our second fastest qualifier, Spedding, and now there is Hayley McKinder there, our fastest qualifier in a 2:29.64, but not much in it between her and Spedding. They both were in that 2:29 range. So will be quite the battle for Griffith Uni out of 4 and 5.
Yeah, interested to see there. McKinder and Spedding just absolutely locked in for what the battle is to ensue. It's good to see the 18-year-olds wanting to leave a mark here. Their final Australian Age Championships. So we can see on the screen there, Julia Spedding incredibly focused on the task at hand. The 200 and 400 IM champion ready to race here against her teammate McKinder in 4.
Take your marks.
So clean off the blocks there. We love to see it in the 200 breaststroke. Spedding with the best of the dives as we go through 15 metres. It's the early part of this 200 breaststroke which set up the win in the previous heat. So how do these athletes fare? We're sitting now with Hayley McKinder of Griffith Uni, really long on the stroke through this first 50, but already you can see the class that is McKinder and Spedding just pulling out to half a body length over the field.
Looking strong into that first 50. McKinder there in that 33.63. Spedding in that second position, 33.71. And Mounter sitting in that third position off that first 50, 34.71. So still enough time to make moves here. They're not too far off this pace from McKinder as she powers down for that 100-metre turn now. She's got 15 metres left to swim. Spedding picking up her pace there as they come into the flags now. They have 100 metres to go, and it's all about holding that rhythm of the breaststroke. And Spedding taking over the lead at the 100-metre turn. 1:11.35. McKinder 1:11.51. Mounter 1:13.80. So a great battle here with Spedding and McKinder as they come down to 75 metres left to swim. It's going to be too close to call here, Will.
Yeah, these athletes would have been in this position multiple times of training, just locked in, but McKinder is up for the challenge. As you said, Em, a bit of redemption on the line after the Australian Open, and she's delivering through that third 50, a blistering 37.09 on that third 50, but I expect an answer to come from Spedding here. It was a great turn for Spedding out of 5, and she's got eyes on McKinder as they come down this final 50. Hayley McKinder has found another gear, and this is a sensational 200 breaststroke. We've talked about it throughout the championships, how important it is to show up at your last Australian Age. And as we say that, Julia Spedding finding another gear. Spedding, in fact, finding the lead onto the wall. Julia Spedding steals the show with the final 5 metres, 2:28.15. Hayley McKinder into the silver and Ella Mounter on the bronze. Wow, that 200 breaststroke comes down to that final touch once again.
What a fantastic touch onto the wall for Spedding. She just picked up under the flags and was able to take over from McKinder there. She will take your gold medal in that 2:28.15. Hayley McKinder will take the silver in that 2:28.55. And Ella Mounter will take the bronze in that 2:34.76. So you just saw that touch on the screen. That's where she got it. Spedding sped to the front of the pack, and she takes home another gold here at the championships. As we have a look at the next event on the program, this is your boys 17 to 18 years, 50 metres butterfly. And again, really anyone's race, but the clear favourite in this one is Billman out of lane 4, half a second in front of anyone else, and that's just in a 50, so that's a big margin, isn't it, Welshie?
Yeah, it really is. A 50 butterfly is a very dynamic stroke, and Billman very, very strong through his underwaters and onto the wall this morning, and with a half a second lead in front of Burgess, Kruger, Vidmar, Harrison Hackett. There he is, just being presented to the crowd. It's a bit of an ominous morning here in the 17 years A final, but anything is possible. That's what we love about swimming. It's not set in stone. Anyone has a chance. You've got a lane and water, as we said before. You've got a shot. And we've seen plenty of wins from our outside lanes. Here's Archie Kreutzberger in an outside lane, lane 0. Whether he can nag a win.
Certainly has shown up throughout these championships, has Archie Kreutzberger. All the Kreutzbergers, in fact, North Albury represent. But the moment here, Matt, is for our 17 years 50 butterfly.
Take your marks.
Nice clean start. Fast off the block was Connor Burgess in lane 5. He probably had the best of it, but Eli Billman up and racing hard. Also looking good, Luca Vidmar out in 2. He looks very strong next to Owen Kruger. But I think it will be Billman. He's just starting to push ahead in these final stages. If he can get on the wall in a full stroke, he does, a 24.61. So strong swim there from our 17-year-old champion. And quite happy about it too. 6/100ths of a second. Virtually nothing in it to second. Kruger in lane 3, and then Burgess less than 10th of a second back in 3rd. Kreutzberger almost got there. He got 4th in the end in that outside lane, but look at that. All 3 of them touching the wall within a couple of tenths of a second or less. As the times now on your screen, you can see just how tight that was. Hundredths of a second separating almost all of them. So A final swum, B final now up and ready to race.
Take your marks.
So the B final hits the water here for the 50 butterfly. Up and going strongly was Gibson out of 8. Fast off the blocks, but moving through, you can see Skidkinski of Southside, Penrose, Wesley really moving through the field. And here comes Zhang out of 6. In fact, Zhang is going to steal the show, you'd have to say. On to the wall, and it goes. Samuel Zhang, Rackley, Skidkinski in 2nd there. Callum Fleming rounding out the top 3 for Genesis, but that second 25, no one could match this pace of Rackley through Samuel Zhang. No splashing from him. All business here in the B final.
Yeah, nice skills there in the B final. You can see there that lead, he earned it pretty early. And getting to the wall, I thought Zajitsky in lane 3 actually had a cracking start. Got 2nd in the end. Just overtaken by Zhang. So we wait for these results to come through. It says results pending. Normally we leave the swimmers in the water. They're actually getting out. So it was obviously a quick one to fix. They've already been sorted. That's why they're getting out. And the results are final. So 17 years A final and B final swum. It's now time for the 18 years A final. Alex Silito, our fastest qualifier, 24.07. He swam this morning. Isaac Cooper holds the Australian record, both all-comers as well, the 23.53. That's a pretty quick time, especially for an 18-year-old. But it's only half a second. So plenty of records dropping already this week. I thought we were going to get another one before in the girls event, which would have been awesome. Seeing we haven't quite had a girls Australian record fall this week, but it's still, the night is young, there's still a chance.
I love the way that Silito's rocked up throughout these championships. He's had to wait for what we would say his pet event, the 50 butterfly, throughout the championships. He came through onto the podium in the 50 freestyle, but of course he had to come over the top of the fastest Australian of all time, Ollie Moclair, to take that gold medal. So this is the moment now for Silito. And Matt, sometimes you do have to wait to that final day to come through.
Yeah, it's a big program. We love the multi-age heats, and then obviously separating them out to their individual finals. It's led to some brilliant heat swimming, but some races just have to wait till the last day, and this is where the 50 butterfly lands.
Take your marks.
Quick start across the pool. Tristan Waugh looking good in lane 7 early on. Luke Montez also strong in lane 3, but now comes Alex Silto. Musa looking strong in 5 as well. In fact, Montez maybe just a hair in front. He gets there. Luke Montez, a 23.99. Getting under 24 seconds in our 18 years A final. Well, we called it. You've got a lane, you've got some water. It is yours for the taking, and Montez took it. 23.99 in front of Silito, 24.16. Tie for third, Cash Milner and Carlos Musa tied on a 24.28. And Tristan Waugh with a fast start held on for 5th. But look at that. He really was a clear head ahead, and aggressively gets onto that wall. So perfection swim. He's now a 23-point swimmer, and I guarantee you he's going to tell everyone he possibly can about that, and he deserves it.
He looks so happy as well. He hit that wall and instantly just reacted with such beauty.
He's run over to all his friends on the side, and he's crash tackled them. He's so happy. But B finals now for their chance.
Take your marks.
So B finalists hit the water here. The 50 butterfly in and underway. You can see Tara of Marion in 4. Absolutely lightning through the first 35 metres. Tara really showing why he should have been in consideration for that A final. Maybe next year as we move through. Ridley in there as well. 24.64. That is a stellar time to take out the B final. Second, in fact, was Ethan Dent, just nailing that touch with the 25.25. But that 24.64, if he'd swum that this morning, he would have been in lane 7. So good to see our 18-year-old sparring all the way through, and Logan Tara showing the strength that is the Marion Sprint program.
Yeah, it really is an event rather than a race. The event of the 50 butterfly, the event of any race here at the Australian Age Championships, and for any competition really, is the whole lot. It's getting yourself up for the heats. Sometimes there are semi-finals, and it's about that whole progression on the way through. So it's so good that our swimmers are getting that extra experience in the B finals and able to get up. If they do miss out on the A final, they've still got the B final to practice their racecraft and practice going through their processes again. And that's often where we see that next generation coming through and improving because of those opportunities. Now it's time for a 2-lap freestyle. It's the girls 13s to 14 years 100 metres freestyle. Kara Nixon, our fastest qualifier from this morning, a 58.58. So only 3 swimmers getting under the minute mark this morning. Sienna Deven and Hannah Dye joining her, and only 4 100ths of a second off Anzu Haywood with a 1:00.04. So the times set this morning have set the scene tonight for a very tough battle in this 13 years A final.
I think we will see a few more of these athletes just dragged under that minute mark this evening. We've seen throughout the championship, those combined age groups certainly make it tough for the younger age, but they've done a great job to get a lane this evening. As you said tonight, Matt, if you've got a lane, you've certainly got a chance.
Take your marks.
Oh, the hush from the crowd is excellent at the start of the race. Everyone is up to watch this 100 metres freestyle. A great start there from Kiara Nixon in lane 4. She's pushing further ahead of Sienna Teven at this stage, and the two of them really setting the pace early on in this 100 freestyle. Kiara now coming down to touch first. She turns in a 27.67. Teven in second, Dye in third, and Anderson in the outside lane in fourth. So a great first 50 then across the field, but it's the centre lanes that are pushing ahead with 25 metres to go. The coaches are checking the ratings and the splits, but I can tell you it's Kiara Nixon who's coming down. She's just tightening up, but she's done so much to touch in the wall in a 57.52. 58.6, Teven gets the wall in second. Dye in third in a 58.98. So 8 of our 10 swimmers in the final getting under the minute mark. Brilliant work. Well, 7 in fact, but a 57.52 for Kiara is a blistering swim for our 13-year-old.
She was directly from the first stroke, out with intent. Cromwell, they of course have Nash Hawkins in their program, so they've delivered in these younger age groups, and Kiara Nixon once again absolutely spectacular, as it is confirmed Teven and Dye rounding out the top 3. But as we promised, Matt, 7 athletes under that minute mark as well. Good to see that next generation of 100 freestylers really pushing through once again.
Yeah, they battled it out. They pushed themselves pretty hard in the first 50, but it really was the second 50 that you can see them showing a lot of heart and a lot of grit to get them up. We've got the B finals now, and we can compare those times. Obviously, 7 of them getting under the minute. Let's see what happens in the B. That's 4 of the girls this morning splitting, touching in 1 minute, so they're pretty close.
Take your marks.
So our B finalists hit the water here. The 100 freestyle, the best of the starts, the top of the screen there. That is Mia Hu of Carlisle. Now we can see the challenge coming from Lucy McKay of Norwood. Love to see a couple of these athletes drop under that minute mark. As we now sit with Sheenan on your screen, you can see McKay has cleared out to half a body length lead as they come through the 50-metre mark.
Yeah, coming down now for the after the turn. And it's pretty tight across the field. McKay touched it first, Snyder's in second. Third through was she, and fourth Stubbings, the winner of a 50 back earlier tonight. So backing up in this 100-metre freestyle, very impressive. And now with 15 metres to go, it's Lucy McKay the whole way. So she really has dominated this second 50. She went out in 24.6 and came home in a 31.1 to get underneath the minute. So a 59.56 for our winner in the B final. Second to the wall, Snyder's, a 1:00.75, and 6/100ths of a second later, Sheehan in for third. So a great opportunity there taken by Lucy McKay to be another of our 13-year-olds to break that minute mark.
Just showing, once again, Matt, if you've got a lane, you've got a chance. So that time, a new personal best for Lucy McKay. She absolutely dominated through that second 50 to drop under that mark. As we turn our attention to another fantastic event, this is the 14-year-old girls, the defending champion from last year, the 13-year-old at that point, Roxanne Alberton, won in a 57.72. Well, she went 0.05 faster this morning to go into lane 4, which we'll see in a second. But again, we're expecting some incredibly tight racing across this age group. At the same time, it's hard to see Alberton being disturbed here.
Yeah, we've been very fortunate to bring you the Australian Age Championships on 9 now for a number of years and show these athletes progress through. And it's fantastic to see the new wave coming through, and we can't wait to see what they do in the coming years. And it's these 13 and 14-year athletes where we really do see the future of the sport. And Roxanne Alberton, definitely a name that's coming up regularly and performing so well throughout these championships.
Take your marks.
14 years A final underway. And really nice long underwater from Alberton in lane 4. She really tried to make the most of her 15-metre allowance as Hanafi just coming up alongside her. Big straight arm stroke, similar to Charlotte Lim out in lane 3. And it will be Hanafi and Alberton down to the turn. A quick rotation on and only about 1/10 of a second separating the two of them. Third to the wall was Mesha. Fourth through was Charlotte Lim, very close by. Curnow in 5th. And Maya Harris out in lane 9, turn 6. So shots being fired across the pool. But it's Alberton who's really grabbed the neck of this second 50 and is bringing it home strong. She touches in a 56.99, under 57 seconds. What a brilliant swim. Came home in a 29.34. One of only 2 swimmers in the field to come home under 30 seconds. So brilliant work taking it out so quickly and bringing it back even better. So Alberton in first, Hanafi in second, Mesha in third. They're your first, second and third medal winners, gold, silver, bronze for our 14-year-olds. Charlotte Lim in for 4th, and your 5th place getter was Eden O'Connell. The results now on your screen.
Third gold medal there for Roxanne Alberton at these championships. As you said, Matt, one of those names to remember for years to come, especially taking down that 57-second 100 freestyle. That's right, knocking on the door of the next step at just 14 years of age. Speaking of 14-year-olds, though, we keep our eyes on the pool deck as we welcome our B finalists.
So all but 2 this morning breaking the minute. Let's see if we can progress, get the whole field under a minute in this B final.
So off and underway they are in the 2-lap dash here for the 14 years girls. Sitting in the middle of the screen there, you can see Lily Bevan of St. Catherine's just trying to pull away from the field. She's not having it her own way, though. There's a host of athletes swimming with her, not to be unexpected. They were incredibly tight through the heats, and they're incredibly tight through the turn. Bevan leads, but a host of athletes on her feet. As we work through this second 50 now, you can still see Bevan holding on. Out on the far side, Lucy Dolan and Alexis Witten pushing each other, and closer to the camera, a host of athletes all wanting to get well underneath that minute mark, but there will be no catching St. Catherine's Lily Bevan as she comes down to stop the clock. A confident victory with a strong time. 58.78 gets the win. Bethel in second, and rounding out the top 3, Lucy Dolan with that fast start. But a number of athletes under the minute mark in just 2, unfortunately, just over. A good sign of where the sport is headed. But we get confirmed Bevan on top, Bethel and Dolan rounding out the top 3 for our B final.
So 100 metres for our 13 and 14-year-olds swum as we now look to similar age group, 13 to 14 years boys this time, and a 200 metres butterfly. Only A finals for our 200 events and above, so we're not making everyone do 200 butterfly. It's tough enough for these 10 to come back, but they love it. They did so well this morning. Lewis Jewell, the fastest qualifier, 2:13.69. A good 3-second gap on Braxton Truman from Miami. Now, it is only a heat, but you still can read in that he had enough up his sleeve to really dominate the heats this morning. Max Bailey in for third. Fourth through Pepperdine, William Kemberley in for 5th in the final tonight. But you got to swim it now. The heats are only part of the story. And now into the final. This is where the medals are handed out.
I really like the swim from Lewis Jewell this morning. It was a bit of an unexpected one. He flew home in that final 50, and he actually would have been going in as the second fastest 14-year-old. So we expect to see him push through that second half. Braxton Truman came into this event as the favourite. He'll swim from 5. The battle certainly featuring in the middle of the pool, but every athlete with a chance to get on the podium.
Take your marks.
13 years trying to butterfly away. Nice clean start. I love the underwater there from Lewis Jewell. Very fast start out in lane 1. Aris Ferizis. He's really pushed himself out in front of Bion and Kembry next to him. But the middle lanes now starting to force a certain level of authority with Jewell and Truman coming up to turn at the 50-metre mark. So Jewell in first, Truman second, Ferizis in third, and Harrison Green out in lane 9, not wanting to be forgotten. He turns in 4th place.
You can see that battle already starting to shape up here. Some incredibly light athletes skipping their way across this butterfly leg. I love the way that Ferizis has approached this out in lane 1 for Trinity Grammar. He had a fantastic swim to get into the final. He's obliterating that 221 through the 100-metre mark as he paces out 103.34. So on track for around a 212 if he can hold on. But this is where we saw Jewell go to work this morning, and that's exactly what he's starting to do here, Matt.
Yeah, the rating definitely came up off that wall. He's really picked it up. In fact, Truman just looking over. He's rating up and looks across to see him. Ferris is still looking good, though. He's right up there with the two of them. I think Jewell's definitely got the lead at this stage coming into the final turn, but really impressed with this outside swim from Ferizis. He turns first, 137.39. Let's see the gap. He's got about a second on Ferizis, and third through Truman. Max Bailey in for 4th with a lap to go. Pepperdine 5th, and Kembry in for 6th. So the medal placings are going to be out of, it looks to be Ferizis, Truman and Jewell out in front, but Kembry wants to not be forgotten as well. He's trying to push through to come up to these top 3, but it'll be Jewell in a 212.20, Truman storming home with a 212.88, and Ferris is our early leader at 215.44. So nice swim there from Lewis Jewell to take out the 13 years 200 metres butterfly. He absolutely dominated that third 50. He split a 33.7, 33.8 and a 34.8 in those final 3 50s. And in comparison, no one else obviously being able to match that, especially the 33s. So one of the quickest home, but Truman no slouch. Less than a second off that winning time. So results on your screen. Medals going out to our first 3 place getters. And we now wait for our 14-year-olds to come out for their turn to shine underneath the spotlights here at the Age Championships at the Gold Coast Aquatic Centre. And a little bit of colour. We love a bit of green.
Relay night as well. We are going to fly home, as are these athletes in this 200 butterfly. Very excited to see what Isaac Ishmael has in store for us here. He'll enter in from lane 4, but he won't have it his own way. You can see Wodonga City represented through Cooper Scott in lane 9. Took a 2:17.06 to get into the final. We'll think it will take around a 2:05 to take the gold. So who has it? We'll have to wait and see.
It's a very quick time in this 200 metres butterfly. Interestingly, the 14 years Australian record held by none other than Ian Thorpe So a very early record from him, 1997, 14 years. He was very strong butterfly, backstroker in fact. Started out as a backstroker and freestyle really became his stroke. But very strong in the individual medley as well, and setting that record at 2:02.22. That's a fair mark to go after, and one that is probably going to last for many a year.
Take your marks.
The 14-year boys attack this dive in this 200 butterfly as we get ready to crown another national title. Isaac Ishmael swimming in your screen now. You can see a long, strong stroke, exactly how you want to approach a 200 butterfly through the first 50. But he'll sit in second as James Pilbeam takes the lead.
Yeah, nice first 50 there from Pilbeam. Second through Leong out in lane 8. Hit a nice start and really pushed hard in this early part of the 200. We'll see how that tactic goes. It might be a short-term win. Jacob Deere pushing this second 50 pretty hard out in lane 0. But it is Pilbeam with a solid lead in front of Ishak in lane 4. But we're not even halfway through the race, so it's still early days. Pilbeam touches first in a 101.69. Second through was Namath Ford. Third was Penny. And it's still anyone's game. This third 50 absolutely vital, and this is where Ishak is coming back into the mix.
He certainly is. As we sit here with Pilbeam, a extremely flat butterfly stroke. He's not getting much from his legs, and it's going to cost him here as Thomas Penny's actually stormed through on this third 50, the 13th event of his program, and he's leading with 50 metres to come. Namath Ford sitting in second, and now the opportunity to be crowned an Australian champion.
Oh, what a swim from Thomas Penny. Swimming out of Sydney Uni. Tyrell Namath Ford right next to him, and James Pilbeam, the early leader, just starting to fade now with that early speed. But Penny, with so much left in the tank, how has he found this speed in the back half of the swim? He might be shortening in his stroke, but no one's really catching him. Archie Wright in the outside lane just doesn't quite have enough, but he gets there second. Both of them with a storming back half of the race. Penny touches first with a 2:10.45. Archie Wright coming home with a 32.66 last 50 to touch in a 2:10.79. So Archie Wright there swimming roughly 3 seconds quicker in the last 50 than virtually anyone else in the race. Third through was Namath Ford, so overtaken in that final lane, that final lap. Fourth through was Ishak, and Pilbeam held on for fifth. But what a storming third 50 from Penny and an incredible last 50 from Wright.
Yeah, well, he can rest now, Thomas Penny. 13 events, 13 spectacular showings here at the Gold Coast Aquatic Centre, and he's saved one of his best for last, 2:10.45 to take the gold as he called through there, Matt, storming home and confirmed here the results. Archie Wright will take the Australian residential gold. So great to see the two New South Welshmen on the top there. Nothing splitting them. What a 200 butterfly.
Well, it might be the last night of swimming action, but in a lot of cases we've saved the best to last. They're not slowing down at all. And we're not slowing down here with bringing the races out. Girls 15 to 16 years, 100 butterfly now, 4 laps to 2. And Emily Seebohm, we saw some fast races this morning, but not a lot separating the field. We really are going to be treated to another great race. Matthews through first to 102.24, followed by Sakurai in lane 5, our visitor that's swimming out of Miami. But even the slowest competitor, a 104.0 in Kira Jeffs, it's only 1.5 seconds off. That's separating the entire field over 2 laps.
I feel like this could really come from anywhere in this field tonight. This 100 butterfly is anyone's game. Mathers, obviously the fastest of them, but really I can see an opening in this event tonight.
Well, it's what we just saw in the 200. The option was there, the opportunity was there, and it was absolutely taken.
Take your marks.
2 laps of butterfly for our 15-year-olds, A final. Up and racing quickly. Carmen Zuli in lane 2. Also Cobus and our fastest qualifier, Annalise Matthews in lane 4. So probably Cobus with that slight margin, but it's very early days.
As they come to that 50-metre turn now, it's going to be tight on this first wall. Cobus leads them through in a 28.47. Mathers in that second position, 28.66. And 28.84 for that third position. So that 200 butterfly settling into the rhythm of the stroke now, trying to hold on to the end as they come into that 100-metre turn. Quite the battle out here to be the first person to touch in the 100-metre turn. Cobus ever so slightly in front, but Mathers doing a great job in 4. She takes it out in that 00.88, a fantastic 100 time there.
10th of a second separating them, and I tell you, I couldn't pick it with the naked eye. Cobus looked very strong coming into the wall. I thought we were going to have another dead heat. So Annalise Matthews takes it out from Cobus and Sukarai. Ball through Carmen Zuli.
Looking very strong, that 00.88. A very tidy morning swim as we have a look at that replay. That's how close it was. Really not much in it at all on that touch. So fantastic job for our gold medalist, that 00.88.
Yeah, I couldn't pick that on the wall. Whether Matthews, like, literally, has got to sound silly, but just had longer arms. Like, they were absolutely neck and neck and stroke for stroke. So A final swum as we now see our swimmers up for the 15 years B final.
Take your marks.
And the girls are away. This is your 15-year-olds B final 100 butterflies. Some great underwaters there from Chu in 4. As she really accentuated through to that 15-metre mark, and she's looking powerful into this first 50. She's strong, our visitor here in lane number 4 from Singapore. Our Singapore athletes have been on fire here as they come now to that 50-metre turn. It's going to be close on that wall. Crouch takes it out in a 29.18. Asquith in that second position, 29.27, 29.31. So not much in it for those first 3 competitors.
So the middle of the pool really starting to come through now. Crouch took them out early, and she's holding on as best as she can. Asquith trying to go with her. Chu in lane 4. It's going to be a battle for second, but I think Crouch has nailed this B final in a 103.15. Chu does come in second, a 103.60, and Asquith holds on for third. So strong B final swim there for our 15 years. And some very quick times. It's tough waiting for day 8 of these age championships to get into that 100 metres butterfly, but it was worth the wait. So B final swum, we now look forward to the 16 years. The A final coming out very soon. Fastest qualifier this morning, just dipping under that 101 mark with a 100.77, Annika Sylvester from Rackley. Caitlin Haynes, Newmarket Races, and Anouk Potter from Highlanders. They even splitted a 101.33 to go through in second and third. Always interesting to see how they rank that out. Potter with potentially a faster qualifying time, so she got lane 5, Haynes in lane 3. But it's going to be very tight between the three of them. And then you throw in McCutcheon, Megan Yeo, Allegra Crean, all around them. We've seen some very tight battles coming down to the wire. I think we've got another one on our hands here.
Sylvester looked really strong, so you just saw her on your screen just there. She looked really strong this morning in this 100 butterfly heat. She was really able to power through her heat, and she almost looked like she backed off ever so slightly the last 10 metres. So it'd be interesting to see what she's got in the tank now in this final.
Yeah, she's not going to back off tonight.
Absolutely, you cannot back off in this final. It will be too tight with Potter in lane number 5.
Take your marks.
Very quick reaction there from Annika Sylvester in the middle of the pool. That blue Rackley cap flew forward first. Anouk Potter, though, probably with the better underwater and breakout. And Caitlin Haynes really trying to make a move in this first 50. She's probably got the best of it at this stage, coming down to 5 metres to go. So we look for Haynes to touch first. She does, a 28.20. Gibson through second, out in lane 8. So nice job out there, relatively by herself. Potter in third, and then Sylvester for fourth. And Megan Yeo in lane 6, fifth at the halfway mark. Now coming back. This is the battle we were talking about. Haynes with a slight lead at the 50, but Sylvester coming back at her. Potter coming back at her. Even Megan Yeo coming at her. It's going to be between the four of them. Who can time their stroke onto the wall? Haynes does it. She does it by 3/100ths of a second. 100.47. Plays 100.50. And then 100.74. Another 3/100ths of a second back to fourth for Megan Yeo. So very little between them, but 1, 2, 3 and 4 right down the middle of the pool.
Fantastic touch onto the wall to take home that gold medal. So Haynes there with that 0047. Sylvester gets the silver. 0050. And Potter with the bronze. 0074. So a fantastic swim, and even surprised herself, I think, to see her on the screen as we watch that replay. We move along now to the 16-year-old B final, the 100 butterfly. So our fastest qualifier, our visitor there, Yang in lane number 4. But again, another great race on our hands here. It's only just over a second between first and 10th qualifier here.
Yeah, we've been spoilt with a lot of these races. You blink, you'll miss it.
Take your marks.
The B final underway. A nice clean start across the field. Long way underwater from our lane 4 swimmer, St. Peter's swimmer, Judy Yang. Also looking good in lane 5 is Kelly Bauman from Newmarket Races. She's really worked this first 50, but it does look like Ada Siecha in lane 6. She touches first, yes, and a 28.90. Yang in second, Bauman in third. Fourth was Dory Lee. As they're coming down now, 25 metres to swim. It is Siecha in lane 6. So Ada just with that slight margin over Judy Yang still. Bowman in 5. Coming down, in fact, Yang really working that last 25. Look at the lead she somehow managed to get with 10 metres to go. A 102.33. Yang touches the wall. Bowman in second. And Dory Lee jumps up into third. So great swim there for our 16 years B final.
So Yang takes it away, our visitor. Other visitor in that second position, so Bauman. So that 102.33, 102.79, and Lee in that third position for the B final. As we move along now to the next event on the program, this is your boys' 15 years 100-metre breaststroke. So Koa Stotz out here. He broke the Australian age record in the 50 breaststroke. Let's see if he can do it with another 50 added.
Oh, surely, just do it twice. It's not that hard. He's done it once. He can do it again.
Now he's going to get a battle from his training partner, Tarrant, in lane number 5. And I don't think you can really count out Hegarty from lane number 6 as well. He's been very strong through these championships. So quite the battle there. So there he is on your screen right now, the two training partners.
And look at the height of Koa Stotz.
He's a big unit.
He really is. It's fantastic, these shots. Every single one of our athletes being presented to the crowd and the screen here at 9 now. And they get their moment to shine before they really get to show off in the water.
So we just meet our last two competitors. So Lachlan Cameron from lane number 0 as the boys get ready to jump on the blocks. And we'll see what they can produce. Now that Australian record is held by Christopher Montana, who will be in the 16-year-old final in that 102.55.
Take your marks.
And the boys are away here. The 15-year-olds, 100-metre breaststroke, long underwater there from Tarrant, very strong in lane 5. We know Stotz is very fast over the 50. He broke that Australian age record in the 50 breaststrokes. Eagle looking strong also in 3. So Stotz has taken the lead here as he comes into that 50-metre turn. Eagle maybe ever so slightly in front of Tarrant, but quite the battle for that second position as Stotz there turns through in that 29.34. Tarrant and Eagle exactly the same on the wall, so 30.11. So great battle for that second position, but it might turn into that first position as Eagle is battling it out with Stotz in 3 and 4. As they come down to 15 metres left to swim, Koa Stotz trying to hold on to that lead. He gets it under the flags. Let's see if he can hold on to his stroke and finish on a nice stroke onto the wall. 103.86, so Stotz takes it. And Tarrant gets the silver medal, 104.57. And Eagle there in the bronze, 104.66. So great swim there. That 103.86, Welshie. Pretty good.
Very good. So fantastic to see Koa Stotz getting the gold, Cohen Tarrant the silver, and Xavier Eagle, hopefully Uncle Michael Klim is watching and cheering on his nephew. Great to bag a medal here at the Australian Age Championships. So we move now from the A final for our 15-year-olds to the B final, and another opportunity to better those times from this morning.
So they all sit around that 108 to 109, so there's only a second.
Yeah, less than a second, exactly right.
I feel like we say that every time, but the heats have been so strong. Everyone's really had to produce fast heats to make it back into those final spots.
It's 100th of a second separating lanes 4 and 5, our two 11th and 12th place getter, I guess, from the heats this morning. So in the water for our B final, our 15 years, 100 metres breaststroke. Very fast start there from Jovan Lowe in lane 4. He seems to have the best of the reaction and breakout. Going with him is Yixin Jiang in lane 5. And William Mann just falling back a little bit. Jacob Seto trying to bring himself right up, and he's going to rival the two in the middle. In fact, he splits them. A 31.07 for Lowe, 31.09, 200ths of a second later for Sito. Jiang, 31.38. And then we have Shi, Ku, and Wright for your top 6. Now Lowe coming through in this second 50, keeping that stroke together, keeping a bit of distance in his stroke, but maintaining the speed. And that gold cap coming down with 5 metres to go. Jiang right on his shoulder though. He stretches out to a 107.46, 2 tenths in front of Jiang in second place. And Akira in for third, and Irwan touches for fourth, tying with Max Shi in lane 1.
A great result there for our B final, that 107.46, taking it out. Low there. Another tight battle in those final positions as we move along to the next event on the program.
Well, it is going to be a very big race. It's the 16 years A final breaststroke, and some very big names: Lucas Dunn, Chris Montana, Lenny Grigor. But we're going to have a quick break before we get there, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back very shortly. Well, I told you we'd be back soon, and we are, because it is a big race now. Lenny Grigor, Lucas Dunn, Chris Montana, Max Smythe taking up the middle lanes in this 16 years 100 metres breaststroke. 4 big names that have shot fires all week. 5 shots rather. And some of them in records, some of them in medals. And now is their chance on the final night. Lucas Dunn there just pumping himself up and getting his block ready to go. He has pumped himself ready for this race.
He's had a big meet of racing, Lucas Dunn. Hasn't been able to manage a gold yet, but that could come in this race right now. Obviously, we know Christopher Montana is very strong. He broke the Australian record in the 50. So he will be out quite fast. Lenny Grigor in lane 3, also one of our top competitors here at the H Championships, won a fair few events and has broken a couple of age records as well.
And he's in some of those longer events, so you sort of think Chris Montana's going to be strong at the start, Lenny Grigor is going to be strong at the end. Lucas Dunn finds himself right in the middle of the two. It's going to be a very interesting dynamic in this 100 breaststroke.
Now we've seen all our athletes in this final. They get ready at the blocks now. Who can take this one away?
Take your marks.
One of the races of the night, 16 years, 100 breaststroke A final. A long underwater there for Lucas Dunn. Chris Montana up quick and racing fast. We know he's got speed on his side. Lenny Grigor has got a lot of stamina on his side. And Lucas Dunn in the middle of the two, just trying to match them coming down at this first 50. It's going to be very tight between the two. In fact, very similar times at the 50-metre mark. Christopher Montana goes through first to 28.96 ahead of Grigor at 29.26. And then Lucas Dunn back in third. Benjamin Tan turns fourth at the halfway, but it's going to be between Grigor and Montana. The speed of Montana, the endurance of Grigor, it's going to come down. I think Grigor's going to get there. Stretches out in a 101.40. A 101.58 for Montana. And Lucas Dunn holds on for third, 103.14, but 101.4.
A new Australian record for Lenny Grigor. He takes another one in the 100 breaststroke, the 101.40, beating Matthew Wilson, a 101.51 previously from 2015. So Lenny Grigor, a new Australian record holder in the 100 breaststroke. What an absolutely outstanding swim again from Lenny Grigor there. That 101.40 taking over that old Australian record from Matthew Wilson. But what a swim for Christopher Montana there. He did a great job in that second position, 101.58, so he wasn't even far off breaking that record either. And Lucas Dunn in that third position, 103.14, so a fantastic result there, and what a swim from those boys. Another fantastic race, another Australian record there. Wow, what are we up to? Are we up to 15?
I stopped counting a while ago. That was a big swim. That was a very big swim. We saw a resurgence almost of the 100 breaststroke at the Open level, the Australian Open last week. You throw in that 101 set for a 16-year-old, and the future of breaststroke is bright. So B final now for our 16-year-olds. And in the water, and a beautiful start in the middle of the pool. In lane 5, Caden Gould. And the swimmers seeing that brilliant swim in the A final, inspiring them to get out hard as they did and try to match the pace.
Lansbury in 3, looking strong as they're coming into that 50-metre turn. So he's sitting in that third lane and he's coming down first onto that 50, so 30.58. White from that lane number 9, sitting in that second position, 30.91. And Hembling in lane number 4, sitting in that third position, 30.99. 25 metres left to swim. Lansbury trying to hold this together now as it comes down, 15 metres to go. Hold that stroke together, keep going, power all the way down onto that wall. And he's looking strong, but he's really powering to the wall now as Lansbury tugs it out, that 105.41. Hugh in that second position, 105.82. And Evans third to the wall in that 106.15. So a fantastic result from our B final, 105.41. Takes it out. As those results are on your screen. A great result, and faster than this morning's time by over a second. So a great result from Lansbury there to take that one out. As we move along to the next event on the program.
And there are only 2 more individual swims left on the program. How did we get through this so quickly?
There were lots of 50s out there tonight. It was fantastic to see. So a very quick program.
Well, a big thank you to Lenny Grigor for making it just that little bit quicker as well. Breaking records is always the quickest way to get through a program, but yes, we move into the next event.
We move into our mentally, physically tough events here with the girls 17 to 18 years, 800 metre freestyle. Emily Smith back out here after her earlier gold Ava Gaske in lane number 5. So they are your two competitors that are under that 9-minute mark in this 800 freestyle. That Australian record sits at an 8:17.07. Ariana Titmus, so fantastic in these distance events. These ladies have been super tough and super strong as they come down to the last event individually for the women here at the championships. We finish off the program with a 1500 and a lot of club relays, so an exciting night of racing. And it all starts now with an 800 freestyle as the ladies get on the blocks now.
Take your marks.
800 free underway for our 17 and 18 years old. Emily Smith there in lane 3. Nice strong start. And we've spoken before about this 800 and just how important it is for consistency. It's not about getting out to a massive lead in the first couple of laps and then sitting back. You've just got to keep chipping away at it and race the event more than the competitors. So Gaske turning first to 29.71, Emily Smith a 30.16 in second, and Fickers in third a 30.32.
So we'll have to count in our times from this morning's program. So our fastest 18-year-old, as we only have one in the field tonight, so that's Walker out of lane number 2. The fastest was that 9:05.08. So she's trying to do better than that to claim the gold medal as an 18-year-old. The rest of the field, all 17-year-olds. The fastest 17-year-old this morning was Smith in that 9:07.40. So we'll see what these ladies can do in this final tonight. But Ava Gaske leading them through in that 100 in a 1:02.02 in front of Smith, that 1:02.74. And Walker in that 1:03.56 as they head into that 150-metre turn now. Gaske still holding strong from Smith. Almost a second behind Smith is on Gaske as they come down to that 200-metre mark. So you can see our counters at the other end. 11 laps to go. The bell will come out in that final 100. But a great battle here with Smith and Gaske as they really fight with each other to get and hold on to that first position. As Gaske turns through in a 2:08.16 in front of Smith, a 2:08.69. And Fickers now taking over that third position in a 2:11.66.
Yeah, nice battle out in front, and they're going to push each other to fast times. Now, the battle for third is really on. I know it's early days in this race, but Fickers, Fleming, we go down to Davies in 5th, Cross in 6th, Walker in 7th. They're all within a second of each other, basically. So plenty of players wanting to go, 5 of them across. In fact, Fickers and Fleming, they're tying at the 250-metre mark. The 5 swimmers at the moment putting their hand up for the third place in this race may not be next to each other, but I know that they know exactly where each other are, and they're going to push hard this entire way. So like we're seeing out front with Emily Smith and Ava Gaske, hundredths of a second separating them, and Emily Smith with a big push off there. It's the 300-metre mark, but a big push off to maybe just edge in front of Gaske. Walker now moved into third position, but again, it's Walker, Cross, Fickers, Fleming, Davies, all of these swimmers within a second of each other and working together to keep their pace up. And they may not be able to catch Smith and Gasquet out in front, but they will definitely be racing over this final section of the race for a medal. So combined 17 and 18, but mostly 17, just Walker, the only 18-year-old, as you said, Em. And coming down now to the halfway mark, the 400-metre mark of this 800. And it will be Armley Smith. She's just extended that lead. They were hundredths of a second apart not that long ago, and now we're almost 2 seconds apart.
A lot of that comes from Gasquet's 50 just then. So Smith on that last 50, 33.24 on the split. Ava Gasquet a 34.19. So there's almost a second just there in that last 50. So I don't know if you've noticed, Welshie, but Ava Gasquet has a bit of a faster stroke than what Smith does. Smith a little bit longer in her stroke. Gasquet a bit higher with that stroke rate. As they're coming down now for a 500-metre mark. So over halfway through this race now, and a great battle in that third, fourth, fifth position. So very tight, even to seventh almost. There's not much in it at all. Just over a second between third to seventh. So great battle for those medals here tonight, as Smith really pulls away now from Gasquet. So she split a 33.58 and Gasquet a 34.85 on those last 50s. So they turn through in that 5:28.72 for Smith. And almost 3.5 seconds back is Ava Gasquet now in that 5:32.09. Walker now back into that third position. So 5:37.55 for our 18-year-old out there, doing a great job in lane number 2. Smith just controlling this lead, looking long and strong. Pretty good underwater too for an 800 freestyle. She went past the flags there, a couple of dolphin kicks, which we don't often see. As they get ready to turn at that 600-metre mark, and it comes down to this last 200 for the battle for that bronze medal, as Smith looks too strong to beat for the gold. Gasquet still very strong in that silver medal, but the battle for that third medal is very tight. Having a great battle is Cross and Walker in 3 and 2. Yeah, as they turn through at that 600-metre mark.
It is absolutely on for that bronze medal. So Walker and Cross only split seconds apart. Fleming is definitely in the mix. Flowers, Fickers brought themselves up. Davies as well. You're dead right with the consistency of those splits, Emily. The Armley's splits have been consistent the whole way through. She split 33 mid all the way through for the last 6 or 7 50 metres. She swum 33 mids. Ava Gasquet started off that way, but has just drifted out now to high 34s. And each lap that happens, it's another second up Armley Smith's lead. And it really is just a matter of consistency going through. So coming down now with 100 metres to swim, you'll hear the bell. And Armley Smith, if anything, may even pick up the pace. She hasn't dropped it, but if she picks it up, she's going to be absolutely unbeatable. So Gasquet just starting to fall back. Whether she's in the grips of Cross and Walker, I'm not sure. She's got about a 2 or 3 second lead on them. But she's still got to push it over this last 100 to hold on to that second place position. Cross now leaving Walker. She's really pushed off hard in that 50 metres and wants to separate herself out. Walker in for 4th, Fleming in for 5th, Flowers 6th, Vickers 7th and Davies 8th. Baumer and Hoodoo in 9th and 10th, but with 50 metres left to swim, it is a very strong finish and a strong swim altogether for Armley Smith. She hasn't dropped it the entire race through, super consistent. But look at this race from Delta Cross. I didn't think she was going to catch Gasquet. In fact, Smith has slowed down considerably in this last 100. And both of them are having to work really hard to beat each other and not quite catching Smith, but 8:52.77 is your winning time. Gasquet gets to the wall second, 8:56.39, less than a second in front of Delta Cross. They finished incredibly strong, split a 31-4 to come home. And Walker in for fourth.
Amelie Smith will take another gold medal in that 8:52.77. Ava Gasquet gets to silver in an 8:56.39. Delta Cross with the bronze, 8:57.10. And Walker will get the gold as an 18-year-old in that 9:00.01. So fantastic result for those athletes. Our 18-year-old from this morning, Macy Belzevier, getting the silver in a 9:05.08. So Bouzeville from this morning, Macy Bouzeville, that 9:05.08, the silver from this morning's results. As we move now to the last individual event for our males. This is our 17 to 18 years 1500 freestyle. Big names, some big boys out there tonight, Will, and some big times hopefully in this 1500.
Yeah, this is a tough one to finish the program off with, the 17, 18 years. The 1500 freestyle, they would have been waiting all week for this, and Luke Higgs out of Warringah, he certainly comes in as a heavy favourite. He's such a great distance freestyler. He's had a massive program, not yet on that top step of the podium, so he had to wait for the 8th and final day for that challenge. But as we saw through in that race as well, prior, the 18 years title on the line, we see a number of athletes, including George Abbott there, racing against Williams and Whitaker to claim that 18 years gold medal. So the 30-lap battle ahead to finish off the individual program here. The Junior Pan Pacific qualifying time, 17:31.25. 15:31.25. 17 would be a different story. Luke Higgs has swum under that. It's going to take his best effort, though, to get under again.
Take your marks.
So 30 laps to finish off the individual program before Relay Palooza starts here on the Gold Coast Aquatic Centre. The Junior Pan Pacific qualifying time currently stands at 15:31.25. We've got a number of high-ranking officials watching this race. They know what's on the line for Luke Higgs and Nathan Williams as our lead athletes. But I'd say for Higgs, he's going to have to do this one in a solo effort. He's leading through the 50, 27.96. He's entered in with a 15:30, so he's well and truly capable of doing it. It's just going to come down to how much he's got left in the tank and how badly he wants to book his ticket to Vancouver.
Certainly looking strong out there in that bright pink cap as it comes down now to that 100-metre mark. He'll turn through first in that 58.16 in front of Evans right next to him in lane at number 3. The only two swimmers under that minute barrier at that first 100, so 59.71 for Evans. Whitaker out of lane at number 6 in that third position, 0042, as they really start to settle into this 1500. 27 laps to go. So a long way to change leaders, to change positions.
Well, we know with Higgs, to swim that 15:30 time, he will have to sit around the 30.7 to 31 low in order to hit that 15:30. He's swum through that in the opening 150. Often in this 1500 metres, it's all about setting your rhythm in this early 500 metres. You don't want to commit to it because the bulk of the work will be done through the last 500 metres. So you can ebb and flow ever so slightly with your pace. And we often see our coaches not necessarily waving on for encouragement through the early stages of this race, but more so providing insight as to how he sits. We also can count for a couple of seconds difference in both the opening 100 but also the final 100. We see our 1500 athletes really spur home in those final stages of a race. But Higgs here will not want to be leaving it to the final lap. And he turns through once again, just outside the pace he needs to be sitting on. But we're not worried yet as he turns through 250 metres swum.
So he's out there in the lead, Luke Higgs. He's doing a great effort so far. He's really brought in the legs in this first 300 metres. Looking strong in that second position so far is Lachlan Evans in lane number 3. And Nathan Williams in lane number 5 in that second and third position. They turn through 3:02.69, 3:07.06 for Evans, and Williams 3:08.94. As we have a look at the field, we have 3 18-year-olds out here battling for that gold, silver and bronze. So Abbott in lane 2, Williams in 5, and Whitaker in 6, all battling it out for a gold, silver and bronze here tonight. And then we have 5 17-year-olds in the field. So quite the battle for the 17-year-olds. There's 5 of them, so 2 will miss out on those medal positions. As Luke Higgs has tried to stamp his position already early on into this 1500 as he comes down now to that 400 metre mark. Turning through in front here in a 4:05.01. Evans still in that second position, 4:11.33. Williams still in that third position, so 4:13.22. And Whitaker in the silver medal position for the 18-year-old. So Abbott in that silver and Whitaker in that bronze for an 18-year-old. So keep watching those 18-year-olds and those 17-year-olds as they battle out for those medals.
The other thing we need to keep in mind here, Em, for those selection positions, that Lincoln Waring swam through with a 15:10.44 the other day. So in order to be selected here, we really need to see Higgs under that 15:30 mark. And as he comes down to swim 500 metres, we will see a good indication. I love the way that he's approaching this race. He's being very consistent over the last 300 metres in his splits. Just 0.3 of a second from his fastest to his slowest 50 over those last 650. So, and you talked about Sam Short and the way that he approaches the 1500. That consistency is absolutely key.
It certainly is, and showing great consistency out there, sitting in those 31 range. So the last few 50s have been 31 lows. He had one at the 200 metre mark in a 30.95, but now they've all been in those 31s, except for that 50 just then, so a 30.9. So he's just picked up that pace ever so slightly. So 31.28, 31.17, 31.30, 31.0, 31.0, 31.1, 30.9. So trying to pick up his pace here at the 600 metre mark. Luke Higgs doing a great job from lane number 4 in that bright pink cap. We'll see him anywhere in the field. So a nice battle for that second position and third position. So Evans holding on to that second position, currently in that 6:20.93. Williams in that third position in a 6:21.28. So great battle, second and third. Luke Higgs very far in front. And then another great battle in that 5th, 6th, 7th position.
And no surprise, then, really the way that we expected this race to play out is being played out, as Evans and Williams both entered in at the 16:18 mark. But Luke Higgs has absolutely committed to this race. We saw a deliberate change of speed at the 500 metre mark. So as we said when they dived in, we expect them to set the pace in the first 500, build the second 500 and hold on in that third 500. So this is 700 metres swum. And again, the consistency over the last 200 metres, it's all been 30.9, on the 50-metre turn. So a sensational swim being swum here by Luke Higgs, and he is well and truly on track to dip under that 15:31.25 Junior Pan Pacific qualifying time. So as Higgs comes down to the halfway swum, we go back to the pool deck as Matt Welsh has found himself somewhere around this fantastic facility.
I'm down here in the coach's pen, I guess you could say. This is the coach's area and a great spot to see all of the action. You can look straight out here. The 1500 is on as we speak, and this is where they'll watch it from. Now, not only do we get the splits, but the coaches do as well. We've put it up here on a screen, and this is what we look at when we are, I'm stopping the traffic here, when the races are on. You can see here the splits as they go back. So this is Luke Higgs split, the 450, 500, 550, etc. We've got the distance back from the leaders, and then there's splits on the way through. When it's green, it means that it's faster than the previous heat before. So splits and stats is so important for the athletes, so important for the coaches to know what the story of the race is, and they can use this to analyse how to improve. So next time they can do that just that little bit better. So a little bit of an insight on how the coaches get their information and what they do with it. But back to you at the desk.
He's just given away all our secrets here. We were very good at just keeping up with those splits ourselves, but like Welshie said, we do have a screen that gives us every single 50. So Luke Higgs looking certainly strong in this 1500 as he powers down at that 900-metre mark. So we'll start to see if he can really up his stroke rate and really power through these 50s now. So he turns through in a 9:15.62, a 31.24 split for that 50. So holding on to that pace well, as Williams settles into that second position and Evans in that third position. So they have spread out ever so slightly now at that 900-metre mark.
Yeah, this is where the race really starts to pinch. That battle, as you called through and on screen, Nathan Williams is just pulling away from Lachlan Evans. So the 17-year-old fading into the race, a very strategic move. They're both representing St. Peter's. So not too surprising, I'm sure, for Evans, but he just doesn't have enough gas to go with him. As we turn our attention back to our leader now, Luke Higgs on the screen. He's sliding out ever so slightly. We'll get a good indication through this 1,000-metre turn, so 500 metres to come. We expect to see another little bump in time. So out the first 500, 5:07. He's gone 5:11 on that second 500 there. We need to see again, that 500 metres around that 5:10 mark. We know that that last 100 is going to bring a couple seconds into it, but we are bang on that split time, the 15:31.25, the crucial time for that Junior Pan Pac selection criteria, just to be considered to go over. Luke Higgs doing a fantastic job in that fluorescent Warringah cap out the front of this race, and he's doing it all alone. So we can hear the support in the crowd starting to get around Higgs, and for good reason, and it would be absolutely painful for Higgs out in front.
He's doing well now, coming into that 1,100-metre mark, so only 400 metres left to swim. Not much at all as he picks up those legs now. Turning through in an 11:24.6, a 31.0 now split. So he's just tightened up those splits. He's got almost a 50 on the field here, and he's just dominating this 1500. But like you said, he needs to get that qualifying time, so he's battling it out for the best time he can do here in this 1500 tonight. Williams in that second position. He's holding on strong in front of Evans there in that third position. So the battle, second, third. Williams, your 18-year-old, he's battling it out for a gold medal as well. So he sits in that second position, but he's also in a gold medal position. As Luke Higgs is really fighting it out now at the 1,200-metre mark. He's almost got 50 metres on that second position. So Williams turns now at the other end, and Higgs turns now at the start end, and he is flying here. Not long to go for him. Luke Higgs doing a great job of this 1500, holding strong.
So you can see on the screen the battle for second and third. Not so much a battle anymore. Nathan Williams with a very strong pull, not really using those legs as he comes down, as we said, to turn through the 1200 meter mark. Would have been a lot of time on the pool boy training for this event, and it's coming his favor as he has 300 meters to go. There's not going to be an answer from Evans, I wouldn't say. The two St. Peter's lads have trained for this together, but the race will go the way of Williams, obviously racing for different age groups. But we sit with his technique again, a very pull dominant stroke. It's the way that we've seen a lot of distance freestyle be swum. A very high stroke rate, a very high stroke cadence to just drive him forward through the race. And he will lean on those legs in the later stages to boost down that time. But clearly the time spent with the pool boy has been to great effect. But here we are with our leader now, Luke Higgs. Almost in stark contrast, you can see how much legs are being brought into it. And with good measure, he is, again, just starting to slide out on those times. So he's right on the pace that's required. As he comes down, there's 150 meters to swim. 31-35 on that last 50. And you can see through the screen there the support that is being required to drive Higgs home here for Warringah. 15:31.25, the time. We've reiterated it throughout the coverage of this 1500 freestyle, and Luke Higgs is absolutely burning as he comes down to the bell.
Very dominant here in this 1500. That bell will be the sweet sound to his ears as he turns now. 100 meters left to swim. He's sitting at a 14:28.71. Can he hold it together here on this last 100? If he's got any more left in the tank, he needs to let it out now. 75 meters left to swim for Luke Higgs. What a battle he's had here in this 1500. It's been him battling himself, as Williams is in that second position still, but a gold medal for an 18-year-old. Evans sitting in that silver for a 17-year-old. Luke Higgs now coming down to 35 meters left to swim.
He's going to get under the time, and it's going to be a personal best time. In fact, Luke Higgs has done it by himself out in front. A valiant effort for a courageous young man. Warringah represented here strongly as he comes down to stop the clock. A gold medal and a national title headed his way in a time 15:30.26. A fantastic effort there by Warringah's Luke Higgs, and you can see just what it means to him. Such a valiant effort and such a deserved gold medal.
Very dominant in that 1500, and it shows with a 15:30.26. A fantastic time there from your winner, Luke Higgs, the gold medalist. No one has come in for that second position yet. We're just waiting on Williams in lane number 5 as he powers down now underneath the flags. He's your 18-year-old, so he will get the gold medal for your 18-year-olds in a 16:13.20. And Evans will get your silver medal as a 17-year-old, a 16:20.22.
Great battle between those athletes there for St. Peter's Western. Across in fourth, Van Wass of Rockingham, as you called it, Em. The third 17-year-old across in a 16:32.36. So such strong swimming to round out the individual platform here at the Australian Age Championships. Across there now, all athletes. Julian Falzon in 8th across the line. So medals in both the 17 years and 18 years, but the man of the moment, that man on screen, Luke Higgs, he's done the time. Now it's up for consideration for the team selectors to see whether or not he could be heading to Vancouver.
So a great way to round out the individual program here at the Age Championships. As we have a look, relays galore coming up. You've got your 4x50s, medley, all over this program.
Yeah.
What a way to finish the meet.
The 4x50 medley for pretty much every age group. The girls 13 to 14 and boys. Girls and boys at 15 and 16 and girls and boys 17, 18. I think it's a great way to finish the program, obviously mixing them up. But everyone loves a relay. They love the club relays, and the medley is one of the best. Starting off with the backstroke in the water, and then moving to the breaststroke from the other end, back to this end for the butterfly before finishing with the freestyle.
Well, we can see just how popular they are. The first of 5 heats here on the pool deck mat, and I know there's a number of clubs just starting to fill the stands here at the Gold Coast Aquatic Centre, getting ready to cheer them on, and our fantastic in-house DJ ready to support these athletes through this very exciting team.
Take your marks.
So we hit the water, the first of 5 heats here in the girls 13-14 years 4x50 medley relay. We expect to see some fireworks from start to finish. The fireworks starting here in 5. Ella Clayton of Trinity Grammar. This is their A team in 2:10.40, their expected time. And Clayton looking to start them off in the finest fashion. In fact, she's out to a body length on the first turn.
And now into the breaststroke leg. And already you can see the changes in position. That's what we love about the medley format. Different swimmers in the relay, different strengths in the teams. And now into the breaststroke. It's our swimmer in lane 5, Chloe Joe, who's given a nice lead after the backstroke and holding on to it as close as she can. So Trinity Grammar now coming down to touch in this first heat. Second through, there's Yarra Plenty. Brisbane Jets rather than Yarra Plenty in third. And fourth through Pelican Waters. Now onto the butterfly and charging down for the final changeover into the freestyle.
So Rachel Young still controls that lead. It was called through. Brisbane Jets charging out of lane 3. And Mackenzie Fraser actually getting lane 1, Redlands into second. But there's no catching Trinity Grammar here. It's going to take an absolute miracle, and Summer Tuxford looks to be denying all miracles through this final 50. As we say that, Peyton Scott of Redlands out of 1, hoping for a miracle, but Tuxford should hold on and does hold on. 2:08.39 gets the win. Peyton Scott strongly representing the Redlands there, and Brisbane Jets hold for third. Great way to start these relays. 4 heats to come.
Yeah, it really was. The girls just had their head down, racing as hard as they possibly could. You can sometimes see your competitor out the side of your eye when you take a breath, but in that last 5, you just got to maybe see the outline on the bottom of the pool, see where your competitor is, and just get your hand on the wall.
So great racing there from Trinity Grammar. No surprise, we see the results on the screen. 2:08.39, that's 2 seconds faster than was expected. So the fireworks still yet to explode here on the Gold Coast Aquatic Centre. Heat 2 of 5 now in the water.
Take your marks.
And heat 2 of 5 now swimming here in this 4x50 medley relay. What a way to finish off the competition as we see a great battle across the field through the opening 30 metres of swimming. You can see on the far side we can have a battle between Helensvale and Flinders Phoenix, but it looks to be Corrimal in the middle of the pool, who'll lead us through the first change.
Now into the breaststroke. It's so important to get everything right. You can't overlook any aspect of these races. Ivy Lynch now taking that early lead after the backstroke. Chapman Reed in lane 5 for third position. And in lane 1 there, Flinders Phoenix holding on to second.
That's right, Matt. Flinders Phoenix now taking the lead, and you can see we can't overlook lane 5 here coming through Castle Hill of New South Wales, really charging in this butterfly, but what a changeover it was from 6. Somerville House, they know how to sprint. They've been doing it all week, but it still is Flinders Phoenix in the battle with Helensvale on the far side of the pool.
Oh, this lead has chopped and changed the whole way down the pool. Now into the lead is, I can't even see, it's Somerville House has taken the lead in that final race. It's a very strong finish here. I feel like an absolute wreck trying to call this. They're coming from all over the place.
They are, but it's going to sit in the middle. No surprise, an ideal result for Corrimal as they touch the wall. 2:05.69. Ruby Dale gets in for second there for Castle Hill, the fast starters. And Somerville House rounding out the top 3 for a sweep from 4, 5 and 6. A tight-knit result across the pool.
Yeah, fantastic work. So now we move into the next heat. There's 5 heats of this. Absolutely incredible work. So 3 more heats to go. This is heat 3. The fastest heat is heat 5. So it does get faster and faster with those entry times.
It's different in these relays to go from the slower heats into the fastest heats because the whole program we've done individually as the fastest heat first. So for relays, they change it, but I'm not sure why.
Well, I guess because they are technically timed finals, we do go faster. So the last heat will determine our winner. So these races will get quicker and quicker, but they'll keep an eye on their times to see how that compares with the following heat as we go through.
Take your marks.
So heat 3 now in the water.
Heat 3 underway, and what a meet it has been here at the Gold Coast. The provincial leader in Brisbane as we make our way through this third heat. And we can see the battle on the far side once again. This time Nudgee College leading us out as we come through the first change. The battle now lifting through Nunawading out of lane 6 and Propulsion in 7. The changeover sits the way of Propulsion, 31-34 at the change. Zhuang in for second. And rounding out the top 3, UWA West Coast out of lane 9. I tell you what, going to be a little bit depressed when this meet finishes at the end of this evening.
Yeah, it's been amazing racing all week. Finishing with this relay is definitely a highlight as they're coming down the touch for the second time. And just a modest lead at the start, very close first and second, but hoping to redeem that first place position is Propulsion just in front of Nunawading at this section of the race.
So we come to the final changeover now. Absolutely nothing splitting these athletes as they move further and further into the back end of this Heat 3. Leading through, it is Propulsion still, 137.26. 1 37.92 out of lane 2. That is Warringah. Promised a fur coat if they take the victory. But it's going to take a mammoth effort as they come down with 15 metres to swim. It's Propulsion and Warringah. But Propulsion will hold on to the win in Heat 3.
Oh, fantastic swim from the team of Propulsion. Definitely not an unpleasant finish to the end of that one. They'll be very happy. Second through on your screen was Warringah. So 3 heats down, 4th heat up and ready to go. Only 2 more heats of this 13 to 14 years medley for our girls.
I feel like the winners should get a discount to come back again next year and do it all again.
Absolutely. There's got to be some sort of reward for them.
Take your marks.
The slip on the wall from McGrath there in lane number 6, but she's not going to let it stop her. She's really fighting it out here in this medley relay. A fantastic result for these ladies throughout these championships, and finishing off with those relays, that just bit of fun at the end.
Yeah, coming down now to finish the backstroke. And we want a nice, clean finish. Stretch out with the fingers. Don't hit with your wrists. You've got to make sure it's a nice, clean finish. As Mulcahy Harper for Carlisle touches first. As we see these younger athletes copying the feats of the adults they've seen racing in here at this meet and at the Australian Open last week. But coming down now, it's a real pressure cooker sometimes. You don't want to panic as the swimmers coming in. Stay nice and steady and get your timing just right.
That's right. Hammering it through, though, as you called through, is lane 6. This is Heat 4, of course. Making our way through the water. We've seen so many athletes just absolutely nail these third laps. And as we come over to the final 50, we'll see once again lane 6 hold down the position on the lead and absolutely flying away now on the final change.
Yeah, huge gap now starting to show. It's only 4 laps into this race and a huge gap. You can see the amount of water as a big circle, a huge diameter around her as she comes down with 5 metres to swim. Very fast at finishing Surrey Park.
I hope someone got that on film. What a great result that was. That 2:02.64. So they take out that heat number 4. Somerset from lane number 6.
So 1 heat still to come here as we watch through those results. We can see an absolute state out there was Somerset taking the heat and putting their name in contention.
Yeah, very close, less than a foot between them on the wall. And I tell you, the experience that the athletes are getting from here is brilliant. It might be the last day, but the experience they get is better than sitting through a seminar or anything. They're getting it firsthand, and this will set them up for many a race to come when they return here, potentially next year.
Marks.
So the 5th and final heat underway. We expect the medals to be in contention here. In fact, we're making our way and almost making it look operational. Is Clemenson out in the lead through this first 50. The argument comes from Charlotte Lim, who leads us through with 15 metres to go in this first 50. Can they reproduce the fantastic efforts we've seen from the earlier nights of competition?
Well, they'll be copying that map to success as they're coming down in this second leg. The breaststroke trying to generate as much power as they can through their kick. And as they're separating themselves from the rest of the field. So the team from Miami City just coming through now in the middle of the pool. And very, very close to the wall now. Not even a haircut between them as they touch the wall. 7/100ths of a second, in fact, between first and second. As just computing those differences in the time.
But as you said there, Matt, we worked through what a changeover it's been from Miami. Makara Mello with the temptation of gold, absolutely charging to the final change. And Miami leading out St. Peter's as they enter the final 50. Charlton handing over for MLC. The horn absolutely blaring here at the Gold Coast Aquatic Centre, and coming home like a freight train, Roxanne Alberton is storming away for victory. This performance would match the very best in the world. Absolute perfection, like watching ballet. 1:58.42 gets the win. Second sits Tevan and St. Peter's, rounding out the top three. MLC with a 2:00.76. The girls out there competing like big cats. We're at Safari. We watch it back. What a result it was. All the way through the finish. A very deserving gold medal headed to Miami with a 1:58.42. St. Peter's in second. MLC in third. 2:02.1 heat 4, so all medals coming from the fifth and final heat there. And we turn our attention to the pool. The first of 4 heats now of the boys 13-14 years 4x50 medley relay.
Take your marks.
So the first of 4 in the water now as we turn our attention to event 119. We're wrapping out the action here at the Australian Age Championships. Going out strongly, Jason Denholm. We talked about just how sad it will be, almost cruelty to see these Age Championships come to a conclusion, but what a way to finish off.
Yeah, it's been brilliant. It still is. We're now into heat 1 of the boys, 13 to 14 years. We've got 4 heats of this 4x50 medley. And the team now coming down into the breaststroke leg. And much like their boats on the harbour, they're like sailors pushing their way down this leg and coming down into the butterfly now. And we see an absolute monster of a changeover. And it's what you want to see going into the butterfly. Perfect competence in that execution. So now into the butterfly leg. Will we see a change of position? Or will we see Billy Mayne absolutely kill it? He's doing so well. You'll see him there on the big television. He touches the changeover in the freestyle, and that team is just on fire.
They are flying through as we filter these first 4 heats. We can see on the screen Cooper Scott of Wodonga City, the big W. They represented in the 4x50, and now they're going to snuggle into the finish of this first heat. 1:56.89.
Oh, snatching second there is Jack White. A nice swim from our first heat. But now into Heat 2, they hope to snatch a faster time than the first.
So we move into heat number 2.
There's a lot of athletes. This place is crazy.
Take your marks.
More athletes than words in the dictionary. As they push back in this second heat. And a fantastic start there in lane 6. Archie Smythe dominated that backstroke start. I think the others bow to their supreme speed that he's managed to gather. And coming down now to touch at the 50-metre mark, so into the breaststroke now. And very nice changeover into this second leg. And it'd be inappropriate to call a winner at this stage because we know how often the leads change. And it's really nice, strong breaststroke. But in this 50 breaststroke, you just got to go at it. It may not be pretty, it might be a little bit crude, but you've just got to keep powering down and swim with convulsion as they come down to touch the wall.
A good changeover there, in fact, of Zhang. As they dive in out of lane 2, we can see it is University of Queensland storming through the field. Usually we see these races somewhat of a triangle, certainly not playing out that way as they move through this third 50. It still sits with the University of Queensland. Sequence of the race then sits to second, which is St Andrews, and third, Nova Castrin. No ethics being displayed of conviction across the field as we come down to the final 50. You can see it's the University of Queensland absolutely doing a fantastic job to lead this race. In fact, it's almost their duty from this point to hold on for the win, and they should do that. There's no excuse for the victory. 156.87 takes the win for UQ. Nova Castrin in second there, and the Brisbane Jets get third. They really rallied home. So as we see the athletes celebrating, we watch back, a bit of an overview of how the race played out. And it was University of Queensland just too strong on the touch.
It's fantastic that this is live on 9 Now for everyone.
Absolutely. Absolutely live and exclusive here at the Australian Age Championships. As we turn our attention to Heat 3 of 4, the penultimate heat in this 4x50 medley relay for the 13, 14-year-old boys. Once again, executing off the blocks, we can see lane 6 represented through Ryder Cowling of Cranbrook. The volume of athletes, as you talk through, Matt, live and well here at the Australian Age Championships. As they lead us out, Blake Allen not taking the bait from the centre of the pool. He leads with a 28.7.
Yeah, as the breaststrokers, you definitely rely on your team members and the reliance you have to give them that nice lead, give you that nice lead, and you know that your butterfly is waiting for you to come down, and they're going to relieve your position to take over. So it really does count to which team will want it the most. It's these outside lanes. You know that they're going to be able to see them as they come down to the lane, and they do those changeovers, almost tiptoeing over the block to do that that step-in changeover. So you know they can see them on the other side. They've got all the information they need, but they want to make sure it's nice and clean as they jump in. And so now, with the intervention of our freestylers into the water, they are going absolutely at it, and definitely to the approval of the rest of the team. Very close between them coming down to the finish. Not a lot, fractions of a second. And just rubbing shoulders with the lane rope as they come down. And it is Caden Zhao who takes out the final leg of Heat 3, the freestyle. And very nice way to finish, just as the swimmers move away from the walls and not touch those touchpads. If you rub the touchpad or whatever, it could set the signal off.
There we have the results on display. We get ready here for the fourth and final heat. We expect to see the medals come from this, but you can't deny any of the athletes in Heat 3 from disrupting the matrix. So 4 away cleanly as we get ready for this final. Fostering speed through the first 15 is Dylan G. No surprise, City of Sydney absolutely flying through the start of the pool. They want to lodge their application for the national title, but there's going to be a challenge as he swims up against the lane rope. No compensation for that as they come to the change. It's still in lane 4 now. Knox Pimble lead us through.
So this 4x50 medley, the butterfly to the breaststroke, or backstroke rather, to the breaststroke, butterfly into the freestyle. Have definitely got the panel here at the pool with their full attention. Great breaststroke down to the wall now. And it's Raphael O. He gives a nice lead to his team. So a nice little treat there on the last day of competition. So a stunning day here today and a victory as they come down to finish off the butterfly leg. And the freestyler just waiting for his swimmer to tap the wall so he can get going. He does. And that was an absolute weapon of a swim. Look at the lead that he's managed to get. The speed differ between first and second. The kick is enormous as they come down. About 5 meters lead is the situation here, the end of the race. So a strong win there in Heat 4. And you know these guys doing so much training to prepare themselves for today and bring that team together. And you got to know, I went out the back the other day, we had the relays as well, and the hallway at the back was jam-packed, filled with athletes. Every single athlete here pretty much this week is here, and not only racing but cheering for their teams. And that energy, the amount of people here really corresponds with the level of noise that you find here at the Gold Coast Aquatic Centre. So that is the final heat for the boys. We now move to the girls, 15 to 16 4x50 medley, and we've got 5 heats of this. Sorry, I just had to ask in consultation for that one. 5 heats of this race. And they're away underwater, just passing those boys from the previous race, getting out of the way, make sure they save their speed in this 50 metres backstroke. So these 3 teams will combine their times and compare them with the next few races, and we will determine our winner of this medley relay for our 15s and 16s. They'll be judged on their own merit as they race through each of these legs. So now into the breaststroke leg, and it's a real science breaststroke, the art of the power, the art of the in-sweep, the out-sweep is really quite tricky to balance the power and the hold of the water.
So as they come down to the 100-metre mark, expert breakdown of the breaststroke there. Of course, if you are wanting to join in the sport, swimming opens all its arms to everyone across Australia. Head to the Swimming Australia website for the directory of the different clubs around the country. But we come to a fork in the road for this first of 5 heats here. It's Bustleton leading us out in the water. Currently, we have Madison Rain doing a fantastic job out in front. Bustleton, an exotic part of the southwest of Australia. Second, currently we still have Atlantis going strongly, hoping to provide a victory through the first of these 5 heats.
And what a reception they'll have when they get home if they do. So as we hang on to see who will take out this first heat and lodge a time to be compared with our others, it will be Bustleton who touches first, Atlanta in for second, and Dapto in for third. So hopefully you're enjoying the coverage at home. It's been a big week. Maybe you're staying up having a cup of coffee or watching on your phone. It's fantastic. No matter where you are around Australia, the action is here. And we've enjoyed having you all week. But the girls up now and jumping in the water. Very feminine jump into the water.
Take your marks.
So heat 2 underway here, 2 of 5 as we make our way through these heats. What a start it was out of lane 5. That's Nelson Bay represented through Isabel Hull. Making her way through this first 50, you can see there's a good challenge coming from across the field. You don't want to let your breaststroker down as a backstroker. Often it can be a bit sour after the race if you have too much of a gap to make up, but that's not a challenge here for Hennessy at the 50-metre turn, well and truly in front. Like a lightning bolt off the blocks though, here is Zoe Wright making her way down this second 50, and Matt, as you said, in the breaststroke, it's all about patience.
Well, got a bit of patience with our butterflies, just waiting as they come down. Very little between the two. Can't separate one from the other. In fact, it's going to be Lara Bard in lane 5 as she comes down. So she touches first. And definitely into the business end of this race. So into the butterfly now. And we want to make sure these changeovers, this is where the risk is. The coaches will tell them that changeovers have to be fast but safe. You cannot leave before the swimmer touches the wall. The coach will definitely forbid that sort of a changeover. So now into the water in the freestyle. And these girls knowing exactly what they're doing. It is their profession. They know how many strokes, how many breaths, and how hard to push them. So a strong lead at the start, but as they all now charge down parallel to each other, it will be our swimmers in lane 5 coming in to win. And those kicks were enormous, like a fountain of water out the back of each of the swimmers to bring them down. As the conflict now over in the race, it was pretty heavy there for a minute, but as they move out, so that the next swimmers have a little bit of space. They're not completely surrounded at that turn end. They've got some room to move.
Heat 3 now, ready to race as we make our way again through this Relay Palooza.
Lots of fans out there with decorations tonight.
Take your marks.
So fantastic to see.
A fantastic part of the final day here. cheering on these athletes. Good reason to cheer out of lane 2. That's Emily Swan for Warringah. Driving them through a solid contribution through the opening 25 metres as Warringah looks to capitalise. But a twist in the way that this first 50 is being swum, as we can see the battle coming from Zoe Crowther of Rackley out of lane 6. But Emily Swan will get a warm reception as she hits the wall there, 30.58.
So fantastic first 50 from Swan there. Brothers in that second position now in that 30.85 as Johnson is in for the breaststroke and Ruff in for the breaststroke as well from lane number 2. As we have a look now, the swimmers at the start end just outside that shelter. They'll turn into this butterfly as those breaststrokers come in now to the wall. So looking strong there. Kelly out of lane at number 7 in that 105.06. They have all the gear to produce some really amazing results here in this relay. As they power in to that final swimmer. Looking very strong into the wall. Weber there in lane number 7, holding on to this lead. As our freestyler jumps in to see if she can get her hand on the wall first. As they battle down now for this heat number 3 relay. Very strong out there. Morgan holding on ever so slightly. But you can see the battle now from our St. Peter's program in this freestyle, taking over the lead. And what a swim that was, 2:01.54. An absolutely sensational finish there.
The racing is very, very tight in these relays. So much to swim for. They've got the pride of their team. They want to be the flavour of their team to take home that win, whether it's just in the heat or whether it's overall. And each of these swimmers trying to fit the mould of that perfect race. As the whole crowd now just at a freeze while we wait for the start of the race.
Take your marks.
Underway now in heat 4. 5 heats in total for the 15-16-year-old girls in this medley relay. So second last. And as they're moving down in the backstroke, strong lead there out in lane 2. Kylie Zhang looking to hand over this lead. In fact, Tella Crouch, my apologies, in lane 3. 30.63 she touches first in. Now into the breaststroke. So much to swim for. And now the middle of the pool, lane 4. So Jacinta Clark from Sydney Uni grabbing that lead. And touching first into the butterfly. So big underwater, long way underwater there for Jacinta Clark. Fantastic to see. Good changeover and great underwaters. Madison Chandler rather in the butterfly there, taking over that lead. Lexi Cook swimming from Carlisle. They're in second at this stage as we change over to our final freestyle leg. And it will be Sydney Uni, who are just narrowly in front. Hair's breadth, if you like. Yeah, very, very close at the front. In fact, she's getting a little bit of a haircut at the salon here. It's so close. But she does come down to touch. Nice swim. So first place there to Sydney Uni. Second place in lane 7 to Carlisle. Third was Breakers. And Phoenix up in lane 1, touching in 4th position. So strong still there in the 4th heat of 5 as the evolution of the heats, these timed finals rather, move forward into the 5th. And it's very tight field moving forward.
Take your marks.
5th heat underway for the girls 15-16 years 4x50 medley relay. Brilliant racing across all of these timed finals. Each of these timed finals getting faster and faster. And now moving into the back end of this backstroke and into the breaststroke. This one is for keeps, so heat 5.
Important here in the breaststroke, Matt, that you don't collapse on the in-sweep of your stroke, driving all the way through to that final stage. We've seen so many changes throughout the week when you don't hold that in-sweep on your stroke, and it has proved absolutely pivotal. Leading us through, Newmarket Races hitting the front there. Lila Rebo de Brazac storming through with a 31.22.
Yeah, now into the butterfly. You've got to have a lot of faith in your team members in these races. As we come down to the changeover into the freestyle, this is the final heat for the girls 15 to 16 years, heat 5. And making sure that their changeovers stick. A big battle here between lane 4, Newmarket Races, and lane 7, Melbourne. And it's going to come down to the touch. Who can get there? I think Newmarket Races will get, and it is a very strong win in that final heat. Eliza O'Hara touching the wall first. Grace Dobby for Melbourne touching second.
Such a fantastic result, really across the board there to come across. Newmarket Races gets the victory in a fantastic fashion, rounding out the 5th and final heat. They'll claim the national gold.
Well, it's not long to go, Will. I'm just quickly going through the program. We're 3 races down. We're literally halfway through these relays. They have zipped past very quickly. The race up now, event 121. So that's our results for the girls 15-16. Then 120 now into the boys 15-16. We've got 5 heats again for these, and anything like the girls, it'll be another rip-roarer. And then only 2 more events to go, the boys and girls 17 years. And we've spoken about it before, but it really has been a great week here in the Gold Coast. The weather has been on. The locals have been fantastic. The support from everyone is incredible. And 3,500 athletes swimming at these championships. An enormous amount of depth in the races, an enormous amount of talent in the pool.
Take your marks.
And now down to our final relays, as we're off and racing for our boys 15 to 16 years 4x50 medley. Across the pool we have MCA, Corrimal, Albany Creek, Rackley, Genesis, Narrabeen and Randwick City. Randwick City just with that early lead. In fact, Narrabeen rather in lane 6 with that early lead in the backstroke. Down to the touch, and the breaststrokers in the water. Second through, Albany Creek in lane 3. And third through was Randwick City. So now into the breaststroke. That subtle balance of power and hold as they come down to changeovers with the butterfly.
Yeah, this has been a great battle thus far. Narrabeen slightly holding the lead, but in fact, as we say it, we can see Corrimal hitting the wall in first. The first of 5 heats, of course. We're going to get stronger and stronger, but these athletes wanting to put themselves in consideration, that's exactly what we're seeing for Georgiev out of Corrimal in lane 2. The answer continuing to come through Randwick City. So the outside of the pool flanking each other down to the final turn now. Alec Mitchell on that butterfly, handing over to Gunawan to bring us home the first of 5. This 4x50 has provided so much already this evening. It's going to provide a lot more. Heat 1 making sure of that as we move through to the final 10 metres. Gunawan holding off Smythe, and it will finish in that order. Randwick City get their hands on the wall in first. Corrimal in second. Rounding out the top 3 is Narrabeen, the early leaders. A good result for these athletes as we move through Heat 1. Let's have a quick look back at how the swim was swum, as we come through all the way to the finish. Gunawan getting it done. The results now: Randwick City, Corrimal, Narrabeen. Heat 1 done. Heat 2 now ready to race here. The Gold Coast Aquatic Centre turning it on, as Matt said. The athletes turning it on all the way through the end of the program. As we head to the water, the second of 5 heats in this 4x50 medley. Up and swimming strongly is lane 5 on your screen there. That's Emmett Milan of Macquarie University. Their A team racing from this heat. Trinity Grammar with their B team, as well as St. Peter's Western, currently a fraction off the pace. But Macquarie University take care of business through this first 50 and changeover comfortably, 27.87 to hold the lead as we move into the breaststroke. So as Matt said, 2 nights ago we had the 4x50 freestyle and the hallways were packed. It's that and some today as we see a number of teams supporting their athletes, a number of teams coming down for their team photos as well at the conclusion of this race. It would go a long way to take the heat for your team photo later on. And as we go through the halfway mark, good luck calling this one through. St. Peter's just ahead.
That is extraordinary, watching them all jump in. If you'd asked them all to jump at the same time, I don't think you'd be as even. So nothing in it at the halfway mark. Dapto, Surrey Park, Newington, Starplex, SLC Aquatic, Aquadot, Macquarie University, Trinity Grammar, St. Peter's Western, Lane Cove, South Esk, and nothing between them. Lane 4 with a slender lead, SLC Aquadot, just pushing themselves out in front of the rest. Also looking strong out in lane 2, Newington. They come down to the wall. It will be SLC Aquadot with a strong win in our second heat. Second to the wall was lane 2, Newington. St. Peter's Western in for third, and fourth was Starplex.
So good to see them fighting all the way through the wall, but as you called it, Matt, there was nothing splitting them at the halfway. If it wasn't for that SLC Aquadot fantastic second half, it would have been a lot closer than the finish in fact. But we move through Heat 3, ready to race, and expect much more of the same.
Take your marks.
Oh, a long hold there, but we're off and racing here in Heat 3 of 5. The athletes overcoming the early disturbance to power through this first 50. They're sitting in the middle of the pool. That's Near and Padfield Rackley and St Andrews, but the lead looks to be Flinders out of lane 7 through Hamish Jackson as they come through. Flinders Phoenix, of course, battling now Brisbane Jets in lane 1, but Jackson gets his hand on the wall first, 27.45.
5 heats of this 15 to 16 years 4x50 medley relay. So plenty of athletes. And you think 5 heats, 10 lanes is 50 and 4 in each. We've got 200 athletes racing in this event. And coming down to the halfway mark, big changeover, very fast changeover in the middle of the pool. So St Andrews really pushing the changeover timing. MLC Aquatic and Rackley on either side. The 3 of them coming down. Brisbane Jets out in lane 1. They want to make sure they're right up there with a 50 freestyle to go. But it will be Rackley into the water first. MLC with a very strong freestyle in their final leg. Is it enough to overthrow Rackley? I'm not sure. Brisbane Jets in the outside, probably holding on to second. Is it third? Oh, it's second as they're coming through. Fantastic second, fantastic last leg. So Caleb Johnson with a 23.91 pushes Brisbane Jet up into second. He had the fastest 50 split in that final leg. Only swim under 24 seconds, but Rackley as a team come out on top. Third to the wall, MLC Aquatic. And fourth was Flinders Phoenix. So 3 heats done, 2 more. As the boys jump into the water for their backstroke leg.
So we see Knox Pimble B racing from lane 7. They're the fastest through. They've looked untouchable. As we saw on screen there, the supporters. See how loud they cheer here as heat 4 of 5 enters the water. What a start from Ipswich Grammar. That's Lachlan Stewart leading us out, really maximising his time underwater. The charge comes through Hale. It's Bridgman in 1, and out in lane 9 we see Somerville House through Thomas Simons. Simons so strong individually and standing up here for his team. Changes through 26.66. Second is Ipswich Grammar. Shaw rounding out the top 3. There's some strong school programs represented once again, as we did see in the 4x50 freestyle. It's coming to fruition once more in the medley relays. What a changeover it's been here for Somerville House as Jackson Lewis leads us from lane 9. In fact, it still is Jackson Lewis out to a body length and building through to the change. You can see he's out there 57.29 with a 30.63 on that breaststroke. Now on the shoulders of Archie Reynolds to hold the lead here as he comes down to the final changeover.
Yeah, big swim in the outside lane from Somerville House. They're a long way out from their nearest competitor, which is probably Hale in lane 1, all the way on the other side of the pool. Now into the freestyle. And they're still in that first position. Hale in second. Third through was Shaw in lane 4. And then Ipswich Grammar in lane 5. So Javier Foster in lane 9. Here he is in the middle of your screen. Look at that lead. Great last 50 metres freestyle to touch first in our 4th heat. And Hale holds on to second. Jackson DeBono doing a great job to maintain that. And Shaw in for third. So results from our 4th heat of 5, our final and fastest heat. They enter these teams based on the swims, either swum in the past or individual swims all added up. And then race, and coaches know what they're doing. They get pretty accurate times. So this fastest heat will probably determine our national champions in this club relay. as they push back in the backstroke. So last heat, and one leg of each of your best. It's a great pride to represent your club in the medley relay, showing your strength in your individual stroke. And a very strong swim here in the middle of the pool. Knox Pimble taking them through. So Ethan Hagenbach touches first at 26.88. Second through, Noah Kemp from Cranbrook, 27.53. And then Aidan Ramos from Nuttawading, he takes them through in third. That lead in the middle of the pool being maintained by Hudson Hegarty. And the breaststroker doing a great job as he comes down to pass over that lead. Montana right next to him. Doesn't quite catch him, but so close. And now a very close battle for that leading position between Trinity Grammar and Knox Pimble.
Yeah, what a change it was there, though, for Lucas Dunn. He's exploded off the blocks, and he's built that lead back to a body length. Maxwell Cunningham coming through for Brisbane Grammar out of lane 5. So they will sit second, but it's going to be hard to see Oliver Wall being overtaken here in the final 50, and is playing out exactly like that. Knox Pimble, absolutely brutal in these relays, and Oliver Wall has cleared out the pool on this final 50. They'll come down to take a dominant victory over Brisbane Grammar. It sits that way, 143.79. Brisbane Grammar so strong. Ooh, 1 second there. Looks like a DQ. So,
oh no,
Oliver Wall could have gone a fraction of a second early there with a celebration.
Oh, there was a big finish at the end and a huge amount of water out of the pool, and I thought that was the commotion, but it does look like 2 disqualifications. So lane 4 and lane 7 disqualified. It's more often than not the changeovers. That's what happened. I've seen a few of the changeovers going today, and I've got to say they really do push the boundaries, and clearly 2 of them just a little bit too much. So Melbourne and Knox Pimble in that final heat. That is really tough break for both of those teams, especially Knox Pimble coming away with the win. They're getting knocked out with... they won by a decent margin in the end, and probably broke in that changeover by, what, a 100th of a second, a 10th of a second at most. So, you know, they've won by almost a second, and in trying to find that extra time, have just pushed the boundaries that too much.
Well, you said fast but safe.
Got to be safe. Number 1 priority. So we move forward now to the girls' 17 years 4x50 medley relay. We've only 2 heats of this before we move to the boys with 3 heats. So we're very much getting to the end of the program here for night 8 and for the entire championships themselves. It's been a fantastic week here at the Gold Coast, and to finish it off, our swimmers, our 17-year-old swimmers, get to showcase what they love doing, and doing it together with their teammates in this medley relay is the perfect way to finish it off. This first heat, Melbourne, Camden, DVE Aquatic, Castle Hill, RSL, Cranbrook, Hale and Dapto, going through from lane 1 to lane 7. And that lead coming from Dapto in lane 7. Got their closest rival, DVE Aquatic, in lane 3, halfway through this race. And with only 1 heat to go, this time really matters.
It certainly does. As we come into the butterfly section, Hale flying through now with Tegan Flowerdew in the water. Again, so strong through the 50s, Flowerdew, and showing up once again here as she holds off Camden and DVE, as was called through at the 100-metre mark. So the final changeover here, Hale holds off the challengers. Camden, DVE still sit in those top 3 positions. Flowerdew handed here Now in the water is Kate Riggold, the 18-year-old. So the three 18-year-olds to bring them home for Hale after Tara Borelli led them off as a 17-year-old. And they're going to take it in emphatic fashion as they come down to stop the clock. We keep an eye on it. It's a very fast time. It's 2:01.67. Second through was DVE, and third, in fact, was Cranbrook storming home. Matt, something to keep in mind from that previous heat. Knox Pymble right on the heels of Carlisle for the overall point scores.
Yeah, of course. It's there's lots of reasons for these swimmers taking part in the relays. Obviously, having that final swim and having a great opportunity to set some fast times and work on your relay changeovers. But one of the biggest reasons is the points. The coaches, the team managers, everyone, those vital points as the rankings going through. And Knox Pymble, that'll be a big blow to their point score. They're probably relying on a good points haul in that race. So heat 2 underway. Our final female race for the entire age championships is underway. So less than 200 metres to go in our female racing here all week. And only the breaststroke, butterfly and freestyle to go for our final teams. Abbottsley in lane 0, Surrey Park in 1, Nunawading in 2, lane 3 is Rackley, 4 is Bond, Melbourne Vic Centre in 5, St Peters in 6, 7 Manly, 8 St Andrews, and rounding out lane 9 with Rackley. Coming down in this breaststroke leg, it'll be Lily Kosh from Melbourne Vic Centre. She's leading out our early leader, Rackley. And Bond University in lane 4, and now into the butterfly. The leads changing as the different swimmers diving in with different strengths. And now into the butterfly. They are absolutely motoring down this second last leg of the relay as our final female competitors dive in the water. And a nice lead there from Melbourne Vic Centre. I'm not sure whether Bond and Rackley can catch her. The freestyle is a little more even, but having said that, they're absolutely storming home. I don't know whether Vic Centre will be able to hold on, I think is the matter. Ruby Gowans from Rackley storming past both Bond and MVC to touch and win. What a final leg. She swam a 25.63 final leg to take victory for her team. Huge final swim, and that was the final female race for the entire championships.
That goes to show, Matt, it's all the way through to the touch. And if you're not there on the touch, nothing matters prior.
Oh, I thought the race was pretty much done and dusted. I thought maybe there'd be a real race between Rackley and Bond for second and third. No, there was a race for first. Melbourne Vic Centre just not able to hold on, and a 25.6 in the final leg. That's a very strong final swim. Easily the fastest across the field. And as I said, the final female race. It's a little bit sad to know we've only got three more races rather, all male. So it's now the 17 years 4x50 medley relay. 3 heats, only 3 competitors in the first. We have teams from Lane Cove, Darwin and Hale. They'll be taking up our middle 3 lanes. So results from that previous race up on your board. Rackley taking out that first position. Look at the time margin, so little in it. Bond in second, Melbourne Vic Centre in third, St Peters in fourth. Don't often see that.
Take your marks.
Heat 1 underway. for the 4x50 medley relay for our 17 to 18s. 3 heats in total.
Yeah, we expect to see some final fireworks here at the Gold Coast Aquatic Centre. As you mentioned, Matt, this is the final event of the championships, and for some of these athletes in the pool, it's their final time racing at an age championships. They will now age out and they'll go on to that next level, hopefully, to compete at the Australian Open or the Australian Trials in years to come. But here's something you don't see every day, Matt. The 400 freestyle champion, Lucas Fackrell, burning down the pool for the 50 breaststroke.
And he's doing it really well. This is incredible. We very rarely see distance freestyle and sprint breaststroke in the same athlete, but he really is burning down. He split a 31.1 for his breaststroke. That is very speedy for anyone, let alone an out-and-out distance freestyler. So quite incredible there for the team from Hale. Darwin and Lane Cove battling it out for minor placings in this our first heat, but one of 3. And now into the final leg. There's very much the team from Hale with a unassailable lead. Darwin in for second at this stage, although I shouldn't count the chickens before the hatch because this is a very fast finishing Lane Cove. I think Darwin will hold on, but that wasn't easy. So first heat swum and 3 times put down on the ledger for this final race of the age championships.
Well, we said some of the athletes we say goodbye to. Lucas Fackrell, the Mackerel, one of those. What a way to close the account. A national title every year that he competed here, and he's finished with a 31 on the 50 breaststroke.
So heat 2 now in the water. Manly, Melbourne, Nunawading, Brisbane Jets, Sopak, Carlisle, Propulsion, and Camden.
Take your marks.
Backstrokers away in the penultimate race for the championships. And we've seen races already tonight being disqualified. These changeovers got to be fast, but they must be safe. Now backstrokers coming down now. Strong swim in the middle of the pool, Brisbane Jets. But it'll be Carlisle who touches first in front of Propulsion. Brisbane Jets in third. Fourth to the wall was Sopak. And now into the breaststrokes, you can see not a lot separating the field. And in fact, almost a diagonal line across the pool. So the swimmers will dive in almost in sequence for the butterfly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Quite balletic in that changeover. Now into the very dynamic butterfly leg. These swimmers swimming for the final time. 5 metres to swim in this butterfly leg, and the lead changing over to Sopak. So they inherit that lead in the butterfly leg. Carlisle now back to second, then Nunawading, Brisbane Jets, then Melbourne and Propulsion. Manly and Camden bringing up 7th and 8th. But it will be Sopak who touched first in the heat 2. Second to the wall was Carlisle. And our win from heat 2. One more heat to go. And our last race of the meet. I know we keep saying it, the last race, and we're coming up. This is it. This is the final race. It's been an awesome week. And a great way to finish it as the boys jump in to start it off.
marks.
The last race of the Age National Championships is underway. It's the third heat of the boys 17 to 18 years, a 4x50 medley, and a very strong lead already from Jack Morrow in lane 4. So swimming for some St Andrews there in lane 4. St Andrews A, St Andrews B in lane 0, St Peter's Western in 1, Brisbane Grammar in 2, Knox Pymble in 3, Cranbrook 5, in lane 6 Rackley, in 7 Warringah, and our Rackley B in 8 and MCA in 9. So Thomas Sutherland now into the breaststroke and extending that lead for St Andrews A as they turn now into the butterfly. Nice, safe changeover into the butterfly and extending their lead out. And with 25 metres to swim, it's just down to the freestylers. Cash Milner now in for the butterfly. And down to the final changeover. Still in first place, second through Charlie Lutton. But it is St Andrews A who are looking for ultimate glory in our last race of the meet. Race the second is a little bit tougher and tighter to call though. So St Andrews down to touch first. It looks like Cranbrook will get in second. Third was Brisbane Grammar. And fourth for Rackley. So what a way to finish the racing here. Heats completed, finals completed, medals presented, records broken. It's been a massive week.
It has, Matt, and what a way to finish it off as you called it through there. St Andrews on top with that 141.28 as we wait for those results to become official. A fantastic race. Ollie Moclair 21.88. We looked across pre-show at just how prolific the swimming has been, and it's come through all the way to the final event.
Well, it's true. We actually had to get confirmation of all of those records and had to print them out. There were so many. We had multiple pages of records, both Australian all-comers, the different ages. It really was an event that'll go down in history. Definitely will be for me, and I know the rest of the team. And it is that is, as I said, the final night. It's been incredible. Thank you, Will, for joining it. I just want to say thank you to everyone in the team. MC Bomb, who's headed off to help with the announcement of the team. Everyone from BVM and Christian and Dan and Penny from Swimming Australia. So it's been a great call. But thank you everyone for what they've done to bring this meet to you. And the team announcement coming up very soon, which I'm sure everyone will be watching to cannot wait to see who has made these teams.
Yeah, I mean, they've got so much talent to pick from, which we've seen throughout the championships. They came through even on the last night. You see Lewis Jewell on the screen there, so strong in that 200 butterfly. I would love to ask you, but I think we're going to have to do it off air, Matt, who the swim of the meet was. But the good news is the best of the best get to announce in a very short period of time. Don't go anywhere here on Nine's Wide World of Sports. So just seconds away from seeing who will be headed over to Vancouver to represent Australia at the Junior Pan Pacific Championships. And Matt, I mean, we can go through some of the names, but really the strength of men's swimming, you were there through the glory days. It looks like there's a bright future.
Well, the amount of records being broken, we can definitely see some of those swimmers coming through. We've already got such a strong Australian team, but, you know, they're never there forever. Swimmers retire, there are gaps, there's injuries. America is so strong, their population 10 times that of ours. They've always got someone coming through and pushing them, and that's what makes them so strong. So having these younger swimmers coming through and pushing the older swimmers, we should be replenishing our swimmers every few years. We should be breaking and getting faster every single time. And so these younger swimmers coming through and having opportunities like this Junior Pan Pacs, the Oceania Games, and the next wave competition that's coming through, that's being picked off this Australian Age Championship, it is important. It really does set up the next few years for these athletes. And so it'll be fantastic to see. We already know a few of them. We could sort of work it out ourselves, but it's not final until we see their names up on the screen and them being presented up on the stage. But it's been a huge week of racing, not just for the boys, the girls as well. It may not have had the records, but that was only because some of those records were crazy fast. So really strong across everything. And you see some of those replays of highlights throughout the week.
I tell you what, I think I said it on day 4, but I truly think we're going to receive a bill here from the Gold Coast Council for how much water was splashed out of the pool through these celebrations.
Well, a few of the celebrations, we've been trying to work it out. A few of the celebrations, some of these swimmers have put sunglasses on. I don't know where they've got them from. They've just swum a race. They just pulled these sunglasses out. So, no, it has been fun seeing the celebrations of the wins. But, you know, that's the thing. The race is between the gun going and the wall being touched. After that, it's a free-for-all. So we've had some fun ones. So, and it's all about this team. And we're about to find out who's on it. So we'll throw down to Emily Sebon for our team announcement.
To begin, Swimming Australia acknowledges the traditional owners and their custodianship of the lands on which we meet this evening. We pay our respects to their ancestors and their descendants who continue cultural and spiritual connections to country. We recognise their valuable contributions to Australian and global society. Ladies and gentlemen, this evening it is my honour to officially unveil the selected athletes to represent Australia at the 2026 Junior Pan Pacific Championships in Vancouver, Canada in August. I would like to formally welcome Mr. Greg Shaw, Executive Manager High Performance, and Mr. Gary Barclay, Executive General Manager High Performance Pathways Coaching and Participation, to assist with tonight's team announcement. Before we get underway, I would like to make special mention to all of our parents and families here tonight and watching from home. Your unwavering support doesn't go unnoticed, and we thank you for being the backbone of our Australian junior stars. Now the moment we have all been waiting for. Ladies and gentlemen, heading up the team going to Vancouver, please welcome head coach Simon Cusack. Alongside Simon, please welcome and congratulate the support team and coaches selected to travel with the team. And now on to our athletes. Please join me in congratulating Henry Allen, Bendigo East. Unfortunately, Henry wasn't able to be here tonight, but we are excited that he's a part of this team. Albert Arnell, Melbourne SC. Charlie Austin, Brisbane Jets. Angus Cran, Nudgee College. Good job. Allegra Crean, Marion. Maxwell Cunningham, Brisbane Grammar. Riel Dredge, Kowina. Lucas Dunn, Knox Pymble. Cal Illy, St. Peter's Western. Lenny Grigor, Somerset. Luke Higgs, Warringah. Olivia Hine, Somerville House. Ava Hogan, Chandler. Sydney Quito, Cairns Stingrays. Archie Kreutzberger, Northumbria. Andre Labara, Wagga Wagga. Kira Long, SOSC. Kashi Luo, Rackley. Eloise McClellan, Brisbane Grammar. Lily McPherson, Manly. Jodie Mead, Woy Woy. Christopher Montana, Trinity Grammar. Anouk Potter, Highlanders. Lila Robert de Bruzac, Newmarket Racers. Asher Ring, Sydney Uni. Heidi Schumack, SOSC. Amelie Smith, Rocky City. Sienna Tui, Albury. Unfortunately, Sienna wasn't able to be here tonight, but we are very excited to have her as part of this team. Daniel Van Leeuwenhoek, Nudgee College. Tristan Waugh, Knox Pymble. Lincoln Waring, Chandler. Maya Zunker, Griffith Uni. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause, please. This is your team bound for the 2026 Junior Pan-Pacific Championships. On behalf of Australia, best of luck.
And there they are, the Australian team for the Junior Pan-Pacific Championships in Vancouver. That group encapsulates everything this week has been about, and fitting that we close this chapter as another one opens. To the swimmers, families, volunteers, broadcast team, and everyone watching at home, thank you. This sport runs on people who care, and this week provided that there are plenty of you. My co-commentators, Emily Seabaum and Matt Welsh, it's been an absolute privilege sharing the microphone with you both. Australian trials are in June. The road to the world stage continues. I'm Will Rollo. from the Gold Coast Aquatic Centre. Good night.
This has been another presentation from Nine's Wide World of Sports.